Alo Snacks, and welcome back to the Jodi Jar, which is frequently feeling less like my weekly torment and more like my weekly respite. Hello. So happy to see you all. I'm Jodi. This is Manal. We're going to play some more Death Stranding. Pepper's in the background. Let's see. We have J Hill, Gwen, and Dogtooth in the chat. Hello. Lovely to hear from all of you. I hope you all enjoy the stream. Hope you all stick around. We're going to have some fun today. Like, this is the first Death Stranding stream I've done so far that's not going to be like recap or like just going over the same area again. So I'm happy. I'm excited. Let's get into it. Oh,
can you stream it to me?
I totally forgot to screen share. I'm sorry. I knew I was forgetting some step of the process.
Gwen, I appreciate the hello. That is not how you spell my name. Although I get why you spelled it that way because that's how it's supposed to be spelled, but it is not. I will spell it in chat. I'm Audrey technically right now. No, don't worry about it. That's actually literally how my name is supposed to be spelled, but my mom didn't because if you take away the M, it is no longer a nice word.
Okay, I should be sharing the screen with you now. Sorry about that. Totally forgot.
No worries.
Now let's get into stream.
Jodi.
Yes, Pepper?
Did you make sure that it was not set at like 15 frames per second again?
It's set at 30 frames per second, 720p. Okay.
My mic stand is kind of broken.
Scanning bridges ID. Verifying ID. Clear.
Toxic.
Pepper, no.
Pepper,
no.
I wonder if there's if I'm right next to the jar, maybe we can make an animation where I break the jar when it turns toxic.
Ha. 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 I'm turning at Pepper and pointing and yelling ha. 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 Pepper, if you give yourself points for this, I'm not honoring it. So anyway, yesterday I had my first day of work where I wasn't with someone else, and oh my god, I'm exhausted. It was a 10-hour shift. It was Is
that why it was 10 hours?
Yeah. And that's normal. First solo shifts are expected to go that long. That's
unfortunate.
Yeah. And hang on.
Sam, I received word from Mama that she's completed her anti-BT weapon. Prototypes of her design form a part of your next shipment. A delivery of relief supplies for the people of Port Knot City. Port Knot City is a fair distance from BT territory, but the weapons should come in handy if any stray too close. They'll also provide people with the means to defend themselves when traveling outside the city limits. The shipment also includes a variety of medicines, as well as human sperm and egg samples. These specimens are essential for maintaining genetic diversity.
Hey, loser!
By civilians living outside the major population.
Is that Manal or Audrey who redeemed that?
It's me.
Okay.
I just want you to drink water.
I'm gonna take a sip.
We can ensure they remain viable for as long as required. After the shipment's been processed, we'll connect the Cupid. Now, once that's done, the entire region will be integrated into the chiral network. Afterwards, you'll be pushing on to Lake Knot City. So we've included relief supplies for the people there as well. Of course, to get there, you'll need to cross over the lake in between. Details on that will be in a second order you'll need to accept then. Without a doubt, this will be your longest run for us to date. Make sure you've got everything you need.
I don't remember exactly what I was saying. But yeah, it was a very long shift. I also forgot to bring a water bottle from the post office because they provide you as many water bottles as you want. And I just forgot to take any. So I went that entire shift having very little to drink, and it was not good.
Unfortunate. That is not okay.
No, it's not.
Get water next time.
Yeah, I that's the mistake you only make once, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah.
Anyway, we have a briefing to listen to also.
This order's critical, so humor me while I review the details. Port Knot City's your first destination. You're to deliver relief supplies and bring it into the network. Lake Knot City is your second destination. Again, you'll be delivering relief supplies. You'll also be carrying prototype anti-BT weapons, which will give give us a chance to see how they
Oh my
perform in
god,
the field.
shut
I'll
up.
brief you on usage, so pay close attention. And Sam,
Oh my
right.
god.
this run is no joke. You'll be covering a record distance. Don't take any
Was that at what
chances.
Pepper said?
No, it's at
Oh.
the guy never shutting up.
Yeah. Well, that was an optional briefing. That was my fault. But Gwen says, "Were you told not to drink water at work?" No. They specifically want us to drink a lot of water at work. They give us like unlimited water bottles. I just forgot to take them. That was on me completely. And like
Yeah.
the part of it that wasn't on me was that if I went back to get them, I would have gotten in trouble. It's like you're supposed to remember before you go to get the water.
That makes sense. Maybe
That's a
something you can
transfusion
put
bag
in your
containing
like
blood drawn from you.
Yeah.
While equipped, it'll gradually
maybe you could put like in a
replenish yours.
calendar like a notification that like beeps right at the beginning of work to go get water.
That makes sense. So yeah, I'll explain this.
Sam, this is our first attempt at developing an anti-BT weapon. I had to work fast with what we had, so they're basically modified hand grenades. At least, that's how they're meant to function. They've never actually been tested in the field. Who knows? You might be the first person to kill a BT. And wouldn't that be something? But, even if they do work, don't forget that they're fueled by your blood. Use too much, and you'll give yourself anemia.
So yeah, our health bar is not called a health bar. It's called a blood bar. And the reason for that is that we actively use our blood to fight BTs with. That's what hurts BTs. These aren't the piss grenades. These are blood grenades. We do also have piss grenades. So that's also why we have blood bags. Blood bags are like extra health and like basically anything that takes your health, like that. And not us taking damage, but anything that takes any equipment we use that takes our blood takes it first from the blood bags. So we already have 2 of each. I'm going to actually make more of the grenades because we're going to need quite a few probably. And we have our reverse trike. And load these onto the reverse trike.
To help you get comfortable with your weapons, we've set up a firing
Oh,
range.
that's new.
It's the perfect place to familiarize yourself with new equipment or brush up on your marksmanship. You can access the range at any time via a delivery terminal. We've also added an order to encourage you to practice with your new weapon. Better to learn how to use it in a safe environment than when your life is at stake, am I right? Hard work pays off in the end.
So those were the like shooting range was added in the director's cut. That's not a thing I'm used to. I'm not going to do that right now, but good to know about.
Pepper says about Temu ad. Yeah, Temu is really weird. But I don't think it's like really functionally all that weirder than Amazon or any of those other things.
Yeah.
I think it's just such a it's more, it more scares me in the way that it tricks like elderly people.
Yeah.
But that's neither here nor there right now. Go where, says Gwen. I imagine there's like a spot where you start your day for the post office job, but you like actually have to travel quite a bit.
Yeah. Like not even travel that much, but like enough that going back to the post office would significantly delay my day.
Yeah, I think that's the reason why, Pepper, that it's like too bad you'll perish. I think it's probably not sustainable because like you're already working a 10-hour shift. I don't know how easy it is to go back.
Now, the thing about it is, like, one of the times we've been told we can go back to the post office is for bathrooms. And legally, like, you know how, like, a Starbucks or whatever will have, like, oh, you need to buy a thing before you can use the bathroom? They are legally not allowed to do that to mail carriers. Like, they have to just let us use the bathroom. But sometimes you're just in, like, I was in the suburbs. There's nowhere to use the bathroom there. So, theoretically, like, I would be, I could have to travel a little bit to get to the bathroom, including all the way back to the post office. And if I had to do that for that, that's considered fine because, like, comfort breaks are considered, like, take as many as you need. The secret mailbox usage, yeah. Oh, actually, on a similar note, in the U.S., did you know that official, like, mailboxes are, like, only USPS letter carriers are allowed to use those? If like an Amazon driver puts something in your mailbox, that's breaking the law.
Yeah, they generally don't.
Yeah.
Usually they put it next to it,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
But-
Although the USPS can deliver stuff for Amazon, and we can put the Amazon packages in a mailbox. It's just they can't do it.
And Jay Hill about the Danny Phantom thing. It's a really common headcanon. I think a lot of people really like it. I will warn you, the guy who created the show is not trans friendly.
He's a transphobe, massive transphobe. He gets very
so
angry that
awful.
people think that about Danny Phantom. But honestly, though, with Danny Phantom, I super see it.
It's definitely very, very clear in Danny Phantom that it could very easily be read as a trans narrative. But yeah, it's just one of those things that I don't think it was intentional. You don't see it, Gwen. Well, think about it this way. Danny is a guy who accidentally finds himself in a situation where he's a different person than everyone around him thinks he is, and he has to hide it constantly, especially from his parents. He's really afraid to tell anyone, and he's afraid he's going to be attacked for it, so he hides it.
Also, when he goes to the pool, he's always wearing a shirt.
Also, when his sister finds out, she reacts the way like someone finds out you're queer. She's like, "Oh my gosh, I'm so glad you told me, and this is something I'm really find." Like, she finds out way before he tells her, but like she keeps it to herself. She doesn't bother him about it. She protects him, keeps him safe, makes sure that no one finds out prematurely. There's also the fact that his clone is a girl.
Yep.
Once you get to Port Knot City, you'll be
Also, you say that's like saying Spider-Man is trans. What Spider-Gwen is trans is the thing. Not Spider-Man. I mean, although you could have that as a headcanon, I would see it. But like Spider-Gwen is like close to explicitly trans.
But yeah, there's a lot of the very end of the show when Danny comes out to everyone, his parents really rethink all the things that they have done, and they're quite literally bigotry, and he's like, the way he's treated is very like, I wouldn't say he's treated like an effeminate guy. I don't know the word I'm looking for. He's just treated poorly by everyone. Like he's kind of invisible to most people, and when he's not, he's a target.
Yeah. Gwen says, not everyone who is hot, femme, and has a trans flag is trans. Shake my head. Okay, in the visual language of, like, storytelling in a movie, I don't know that that's true. Especially when, like, the non-diegetic, like, just background colors are trans flag colors. So yeah, we had this for a little bit last time, but I'm just gonna point it out now. We have a bike now. That drastically changes how we go about delivering things. We can carry a lot more, and also, like, when it comes to mules, for example, we can just drive right past them, like, with some swerving, but still. It's different from having to, like, run or fight, like, you can, or from having to fight or having to hide. You can just, like, just book it past them. Oh, what was that? Oh, sorry. This was in the previous stream, so I forgot people might not have seen it last time. That means that there's BTs or ghosts around, and like we're being warned to like look out for them.
Yeah, Danny Phantom is one of the only trans mask headcanons that I really think is well thought out. There's a lot of them that I'm just like, you just want to call this man weird.
Yeah.
That's all you want, really.
Yeah. Like, no, Danny Phantom I totally see. And it's also funny that Butch Hartman is the way he is, because there was also an episode of Fairly Odd Parents that it didn't crack my egg because it took decades for that to happen after I saw that episode, but it was living in my brain for years after I saw it. It's the one where he becomes a girl. Like, and like, it's not a very trans-friendly episode, but it's still just, I couldn't get past it in my brain.
Yeah, Gwen, I appreciate Pepper asking, because I wasn't sure. It's hard to read tone in text. Like, I thought it was sarcastic, but I wasn't fully sure.
Yeah.
I think My Life as a Teenage Robot is another really good trans
Yes.
headcanon.
That's also Butch Hartman, isn't it?
No, it's someone
Oh.
else, and the person who created it is like, yeah, I didn't mean that, but like, go for it.
Oh, cool. Hey, that's not Tartakovsky, is it?
I can look it up. I'm pretty sure it's not Butch Hartman. He might have been like on the project, but I don't think he's like the producer. Let me look it up.
Well, also, the other thing that makes taking a bike sometimes just a different experience is we outran the sensor pulse from the mules. Like they just didn't scan us at all. So sometimes taking a bike is just by far the easiest option. Not always, but a lot of the time. Rob Renzetti, okay.
Rob Renzetti, yeah.
I don't recognize the name.
Yeah, I don't know a lot of this guy's work. But he's worked on like a lot of like the really classic cartoons, but he was never really like the main guy. Although Big City Greens, he was the main guy, if that's a show anyone knows about. But he's like worked on Powerpuff Girls and a bunch of other shows.
Right,
Yeah,
so,
Pepper, I think that's fair that like I think also it's like when are they saying Gwen isn't trans? Because it's usually in response to someone else saying Gwen is trans. Like no one is like apropos of nothing being like, I really think Gwen is a cis woman.
Hey there, Sam. Glad you can make it.
I'll wait until after the
so yeah, just on our way to the bigger delivery, we're just making a quick delivery to Jeff Keighley just because we could.
Would have been satisfied just having it, but you had to go above and beyond.
Wow, he didn't even give us a full level of approval. Ugh. Fuck you, Jeff Keighley.
Really happy you stopped by, Sam. I'm a big fan of your work. Big fan. Good work. New order.
Oh, that's annoying. I'm not going to take any more orders from him because they're all annoying. Hi, Pepper.
Paths we walk become roads, Sam. See the tracks you left behind? They tell a story. You were a spy on a mission.
Can I say something real quick
Yeah.
Yeah.
Nah. So be proud of those
about the
tracks.
Spider-Gwen thing? I actually got into an argument with people a bit ago. More evidence as to why I should not be on Facebook, by the way. Because
Yeah, fuck Facebook.
this was like a whole situation where I got... Okay, so... do you want me to wait until this conversation's over?
No, you're fine.
So I was...
He's not saying anything important.
I was in a Facebook group that I'm going to name because if anyone else is in it, leave it. It was called Feral Neurodivergent Raging Memes. If any of you are in that, leave it. It's transphobic. Because basically what happened was someone made a post going like, oh, I love characters who people deny are trans despite all the evidence, and it was a picture of Gwen from Spider-Verse, and so many of the comments were just being like, oh, but she's not trans, oh, but like my canon though, oh, but like she can't be trans, like allies have those flags too sometimes just for support. And my
What's
point,
visual storytelling? I don't know what you're talking about.
at first what I did to several of them was just like I just replied saying like transphobe spotted, and that's all I said.
And then you got banned.
That says my name. What the heck?
What?
Pepper Senpai, why does it say my name?
Because I'm playing on your account.
Oh, okay.
And yeah.
Okay, that makes sense. And so, like I said, transphobe spotted, and some of them were like, "What? No, I can't be transphobic. I'm also gay," and just stuff like that. And I said, "Okay, here's the way to think about it. Is so what happens is if you are going to think like, oh, hey, there's this character, and trans people, trans women, are enjoying this character because it's just implied that." She could be trans, and I feel like just the urge, the need to deny that. What is driving that urge? Like, why do you feel so strongly to deny transness to implied transness to a community? Like, why is even implied transness bad to you, and why is And like I know some people will say like, oh, it's because it's my headcanon that she's not trans. It's like, well, it's just this is my version of her. Or it's like because of the canon. And it's like some people did say that. And I said I don't give a damn about the canon, because people were like, well, in the comics she's not trans, and
Yeah, like the comics have really made such a big dent on the whole MCU nonsense.
yeah, and also like. I mean, like, different stories, like, characters are going to look different or be different, have different origins. Like, that's the whole point of different interpretations.
Yeah.
But besides that, I was like, okay, if the canon or your head canon can be completely ruined by just the implication of transness, of trans, like, womanhood, then, like, that says a lot about what you think of trans women.
Yeah.
Like, that should not ruin it for you. And so that's why, in my head, anyone who goes out of their way to say Gwen isn't trans is transphobic.
Yeah. And so you said that on this group, and then
Yeah. So what happened after that was, I reported some of these comments who were just being gross, and before I could reply to one of them, the post's comments were shut down. Like, people couldn't comment on the post anymore. And so I made a post directly to the server itself, or to the group itself, on Facebook saying, hey, it's like shutting off comments where people are discussing transness and there's like arguments or whatever is not going to help, because you are telling the trans women that are defending themselves in the comments that their voices matter just as little as the transphobes they're arguing against and trying to defend themselves from. That they are on the same level as...
Gwen, no, we are not mad at you. Sorry,
yeah, no,
continue.
we just like talking about this stuff, that's all. No, yeah, you're good. I'm sorry if we worried you at all. No, it's just we like talking about these sort of things. Should I let this happen? What is this?
This is just,
Oh, this is
we're
something
entering
that
a
happens?
BT area.
Okay.
But I am going to quickly talk about something with this.
Go ahead.
I'm just going to get us closer to a BT, and then I'm going to show this off. Okay.
I thought that said bladder.
Alright, so now that we have hematic grenades, BTs are chumps. We don't give a shit about BTs anymore.
Yeah, fuck
Now we can just kill them.
With blood and piss.
With blood and piss.
Blood and piss and cum.
That BT is dead. Wait, is it? Hang on.
I think it's dead.
Oh yeah, no, it's...
Dying.
I might have to hit it with the second one. Oh yeah, because I don't have the special hematic grenades yet. I have to hit with the second one. So yeah, it's going up in the sky. It's dead.
So,
We're seeing major fluctuations in the local chiral density. Wait, you just took out a BT, didn't you? Fine work, Sam. Fine work.
That's a baby
can I
BT.
ask you a question about that?
Yeah.
So why... So, like, the whole thing is that they're ghosts, so they're already kind of dead. Is it really dead, or is it kind of like just banishing them back to whence they came in?
It's like banishing them back to the beach, basically.
Okay. Can they come
But
back
they
from
can't
there?
ever die.
Well, I mean, like, going, like... So, it's going to be explained more, but you can kind of guess from the name. BT stands for beach thing. These were things that were supposed to have gone to the beach, but then they got stuck on this side. So it's like we're sending them actually through to the scene where they're supposed to die.
Is it okay if I continue what I was saying earlier?
Yes.
So I made a post just saying in this group, like, hey, shutting off comments is going to tell the trans girls defending themselves that their voices matter just as little as the transphobes they're defending themselves from, because now they are being silenced alongside them. Instead of you just banning those people outright, you are silencing everyone who is having conversation there and letting them all stay in the group. Like, you are letting the transphobes stay in the group. They were not banned or anything.
Yeah.
As far as I'm aware. And I made that post, and I was banned.
Yep. And then I made a post, like, the next day being like, hey, so...
Why are you banning trans
Why are you
women?
banning trans women for pointing out trans misogyny? That's fucked. And I also got banned.
Yeah. So if anyone's in that group, don't join it. Like, if you know anyone who's in that group, let them know, because it's messed up. Because they post stuff like that positive trans stuff, you know? They try to post positive trans things, but then if there's any discussion of, like, hey, this is bad, or like, hey, maybe you shouldn't be saying these things against trans women, then maybe it's not actually that safe for trans women.
Yeah.
Because it's another one of those things where, like, there's a lot of queer acceptance, but then specifically trans woman acceptance is not really. Yeah. Also, I'm feeling a lot better, Jodi.
I am so glad. I'm so glad.
Also, hi, Manal.
Hello.
How you doing?
Shit, I got caught by this BT. I have to just run.
A little worried about my friend. She's texting me kind of. One, her messages are like full of errors, which worries me. But she also does that all the time. But also, she is a like addict. But also, she's like saying things like you gotta take care of each other about me and my wife, and I'm like, this is not. This is the words of someone dying.
Yeah.
Are you okay? And she won't let me call her because of what's been going on in my life outside of her. And so I tried getting Audrey to call her, and she won't answer Audrey. She's still texting us, so there's that. But
Okay.
I'm not sure what to do.
I hope everything ends up alright.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's concerning.
Yeah, and it's like one of those things that's like she does sometimes just do this, but like she also is someone who is not well most of the time.
Yeah.
So I don't know. I hope she's fine. We'll keep talking to her.
Keep me updated on that.
Yeah. There's no
Will
thing we
do.
can do.
Also, welcome to the stream, Non-Bean, and also Gamer Alien. Gamer Alien, you're new to the channel. Welcome. My name is Jodi. I'm in the Jodi Jar because my girlfriend Pepper is torturing me, making me play games for all of your amusement.
And I'm standing next to the jar because I'm cool.
Yeah, that's my other girlfriend, Manal. Pepper, no.
Pepper, no! Why would you do this?
Yeah, it works.
No!
It's because Gamer Alien was asking why you're in a sus jar, so I wanted to make it even sussier. I'm filling it with my fluid.
Fuck you, Pepper. You didn't give yourself points, right?
Nope. Manal, do you know about
Ow.
the canon lore of the the Jodi Jar fluid?
No? What is it? Is it like
Whoa.
pickle juice?
It's poison.
I don't know
from
what just
my-
happened on screen a second ago for anyone who saw that.
It's poison from my spider tail.
From your spider tail. Did you see that spider angel I sent you? Well, I didn't send it to you. I put it in the group chat.
I have not. I haven't really done Discord much today.
Pepper's been having a not great day, unfortunately.
Past 3 days, right?
Mood.
Kind of sucky.
It's been an awful week for me. I honestly don't know how I am okay at all.
Yeah, so am I. So now that I have these blood grenades, it's a lot easier to deal with BTs. But this comes with the trade-off of, like, now I and my cargo and my bike have to be in the timefall for much longer, so everything's taking a lot of damage.
Where am I looking? Am I looking in?
Pictures, I think?
Pictures.
Is it the spider with the halo?
Yes.
Oh my god, that's so mean. Spider halo.
Yeah.
It resonates. Hey Zach.
Oh, hey, Zach. Welcome to the stream.
I like how J Hill's like, well, actually, since Pepper's feeling bleh, I'll let her have this one for now. Yeah, I'll let her have this Jodi torture. Jodi, you don't get a say in this, but
Apparently not. It's her comfort, my pain.
it's my comfort, Jodi's pain.
Hi, Shiny. Welcome to the stream. Everyone's here.
I
We just
attract
need
everyone.
non-X.
I'm the best.
Yeah. Genuinely, I think that's a part of it.
Heck yeah. I've been like, just to like add some things, Minal, I've had like conversations before Jodi's streams where I'm gonna be like, oh, is Minal gonna be there? I love when Minal's on your streams.
Yep. And Judith's
Hi,
here.
Judith.
Hello, Judith.
I was saying that like right before this stream, I was like, are you gonna get Minal there?
Yeah.
Oh, I love Minal's conversations.
Yeah, I'm kind of a. I'm always. Oh, thank you, Judith. I'm always reminded of.
Thank you,
Audrey
Judith.
This
Yay.
Does the sound cut out? Okay, no,
No,
it's just something weird. I'm always reminded of Audrey says it to me all the time. There's this tweet about like the doctor prescribed me a brown-eyed girl who never stops yapping. That's me.
That's great.
I love that about you.
More people should have them now in their life.
Yes, 100%.
One of my favorite experiences I've ever had in my life was I talk a lot in class, if it's not obvious by how much I talk in general, which surprisingly has never really, unsurprisingly, has never really been liked by my teachers or my professors. And one time I had a professor, and she was like, "I'm sorry I didn't call on you when you raised your hand." And I was like, "I'm sorry, I keep raising my hand. I know I got to give other people a turn." And she was like, "What are you sorry for?" And I was like, "Well, like, you know, I talk a lot." And she was just like, Don't be sorry for that. I have to answer other people's questions too. But like, that's not because you did anything wrong." And I was like, "Oh, it's nice."
Yeah, that is nice.
Yeah, I genuinely.
I think
love
all of
listening
us
to
have
people
brown
talk.
eyes. Judith, wait,
Yeah.
does Pepper have brown eyes?
Pepper has like these really beautiful green eyes.
Oh my gosh.
Oh.
Sometimes they're green, sometimes they're blue, sometimes they're like grayish. It depends on the lighting. I like thinking of them as like
No.
tealish.
Yeah, Judith, I had the same experience, and by the time I finished high school, I would count how much I talked in class,
Yep.
so that people wouldn't get mad at me.
For me, it was less about like teacher pressure and more about like peer pressure of just like, I have to talk. I have to limit myself to like 2 times every half hour because otherwise people are going to be like, "Oh my God, there she goes talking again."
I have had a thing where like even if I raised my hand, I would never be called on, no matter how often I would raise my hand. And so I got to a point where I just never raised my hand anymore because I didn't feel like dealing with the rejection constantly.
I think part of why I got away with doing it is I always added to the class the thing that the professor or teacher was trying to get us to talk about. And so I usually like played that role in a lot of my classes. It's actually kind of funny though. Or Judith or Jodi, sorry. Whenever you're both in the chat, I'd start mixing up your names.
Too many days.
It's Jodi and Judy. I know it's confusing.
Jodi, are you waiting for a cutscene? Like,
Yes.
Okay, you can go. I'll tell the story afterwards.
Okay.
I'm gonna head back.
I don't want you to be stalled
over there.
forever.
Okay, people.
I just wanted to get my words in on the Spider-Gwen thing. Okay. It was nice being here. I might come back later. Who knows?
It would be nice if you did, but also no pressure.
Yeah.
Also, you can jump. I'm jumping.
Judith, I just fight people. I know everyone hates it. I will fight people. Jodi knows this about me because one of the things we were talking about last semester was how much I would fight people.
Yeah.
That's kind of one of my like biggest like I don't know flaws and blessings or whatever you call it. Like, is I am not someone who knows how to shut up. I'm not someone who knows how to keep quiet.
Good. You shouldn't keep quiet.
Oh, I would fight orally, but I would also like when I was younger I used to throw hands.
You and your 2 feet to fill all them boots. Cargo's in perfect condition. I won't lie, that's some feat.
Let me know if my chewing is audible. Well, we got a really high delivery volume score on that one. Convenient. Now we're an elite handler.
Yeah, no, even in large lectures I used to yell, but like, it didn't happen so much by the end of my undergrad, but also I didn't really have any large lectures by the end of my undergrad.
So you here to usher us into a new chiral age or some shit?
Yeah. That cool?
Hell yeah, go for it. Been waiting forever and a day for this.
So yes, we are already halfway across the U.S. These maps are super condensed.
Wait. Where'd you get that? That little guy? Same as mine. Where the hell did you get it?
Yeah, I can't really say. But the little guy, he came with the pod, if you gotta know.
And who'd you get the pod from?
Igor, from Corpse Disposal.
My little brother. So, what? He just gave one of these to you. Why?
I was there with him, at the end. We were moving a body. Things went to shit. There's BTs everywhere. And one of them grabbed him. So he told me to take it and run.
That right.
I don't remember that.
No, that was like the opening cutscene.
You live through a catastrophe like that, only to keep on.
I don't remember the take it and run part.
He didn't really say that. He just kind of threw BB like on the ground towards Sam.
Mm.
You take good care of that little guy. He belongs with the expedition. With you.
All right.
Oh, I remember now.
Better if you take this with you too, I reckon. Can't think of anyone who could use it more.
Yeah, the only places I don't really ever fight are work because I need money. Well, I don't work anymore, but when I was working, I needed money.
I'm putting these on my back for now. I'm going to recycle things in a second.
But yeah, oh,
Sam, you've done it.
more cutscene.
Port Knot City is back on the grid. This community, a part of the UCA, their data, a part of our shared wisdom. With enough time and enough chiral printers, they'll be able to build ships. And one day, the waters will be ours again. All because you led the way. Though what follows in your wake isn't always good. Any city that joins the UCA becomes a bigger target for the terrorists. But we have to accept the dangers and press on. No matter what. The rest of America is waiting, Sam. Waiting for you to take the first step and connect them to the chiral network. I know you can reach them. Make us whole again.
Thanks. One more C in the UCA, huh? So, you fixing to cross the lake and head west?
Yeah. We got a boat?
No, not for years now. Terrorists took out everything bridges that floats. Only boat in town belongs to a private courier.
Private courier? Don't tell me. Fragile Express?
That's the one. I already spoke with their rep. I'm having them load the boat with some of the supplies they brought us. I'll bet the folks in Lake Knot will be tickled pink to see someone come into port. Been a while, I expect. Head on down to the harbor when you're ready. It's right outside the distro center.
Before we go out there, maybe we should be ready for some kind of boss fight or something.
Never gets the rain. Feel free to rest up in your room before you head out.
That's really cute, Judith.
Yeah.
But yeah. Anyways, more cutscenes.
I'm not sure if we're gonna get more unique cutscenes here, but we are when we go outside.
Okay. Let me know if I need to stop talking. But
Hey, loser.
so
Thanks,
J
Judith.
Hill,
I'm gonna
you,
take a
you
sip.
got attacked by a knife. I've had that happen to me in class because some guy had a crush on me. It was bad.
Because he had a
Yeah.
crush on you?
He broke off a piece of a box and then threw it at me. I'm pretty sure he had a crush on me. We were 14.
Okay.
Yeah, he also called me Menech once because he was like, "Oh, your name's Arabic and you don't pronounce it the way everyone says your name." And I was like, "No." And he was like, "This is how it's pronounced?" And I was like, "This is not endearing. I hope you understand that." Yeah, I told Judith about it the other day.
Oh, have you two been talking? That's cool.
We talked during stream last time.
We're peeing.
Judith was asking questions that I didn't want to answer in stream.
Gotcha.
Because my family history is specific enough that you can find me if you know anything about it.
Fair.
That's really cute, Judith. But I'm speaking of being a fighter. When I was such an annoying person about how much I do not take things lying down that one time my uncle was arguing about a fucking Obamacare in the other room while I was napping, and I literally got up just to yell at him and then went back to sleep. I was like 13.
I remember my uncle once arguing with me when I was like 13 about like abortion, but specifically he was using like partial birth abortion propaganda. And like I didn't yet know enough to argue against those things specifically. But I remember just looking at him and being like, "You're an asshole." Like, it was not a fun experience, but in hindsight, I'm glad I at least didn't cede ground to him on that.
Yeah, I've also gotten into arguments with a different uncle where he was trying to argue with me that unions suck, and I was like, "You have weekends off, don't you?" My dad hates that I get in these political arguments. He can't stand this about me.
I love it about you.
Thank you. My dad just doesn't like the fact that it means everyone is always annoyed with me. I think I know where he's from. He's also autistic in a way that he just doesn't like to talk. So I think he sees it. He's also really bad at like understanding other people have different opinions than him in general, and about basic things. Like one time when we were kids and throughout my childhood, we would go to the like store or whatever, and I would be like, "Oh, we should get ice cream." He'd be like, "Rocky Road," and I'd be like, "I don't like Rocky Road." He'd be like, "That's the best ice cream. How could you not like it? It's objectively the best." And I was like, "But it's not though." And he'd be like, "Wrong." And he would get Rocky Road. Sometimes he'd get the ice cream I wanted too. Like I don't really blame him for it. I think it's more of like a silly manifestation of the way that he is. But anyways, he hates that I get in these arguments, and my uncle tried to drag him into this argument, which he hates even more. And my dad actually does like unions. He was in the United Union before it fell apart. Lost a lot of his benefits because of it. And his current work, where his workplace at the time was unionized, although he was a manager, so he couldn't be in the union. Anyways, so my uncle was like, "Don't you hate that the union has been like trying to fight for a contract for like 3 years?" And my dad was like, "They should fight longer. If they need to get their thing, they'll get it." And I was like, "Damn, my dad's siding with me. What a miracle! This guy's that dumb." I literally can't be put in a room with people's bigoted relatives. I can't avoid arguing.
Yeah.
Yeah, I actually like my biggest problem is when I'm in rooms with other people's relatives, because one, I'm afraid of like the lashback on them if I get into arguments.
Well, I'm gonna say like you're probably not going to end up in a room with any of my bigoted family members because they're Zionists, and I wouldn't do that to you. But if you ever do, you have my permission to yell whatever shit you need to at them. Like, do not worry about me.
Yeah, the most recent situation was I was with Audrey's parents, and I told Jodi and Pepper about this, but I don't think I told chat, which is Audrey's stepdad, who's very nice usually. He's kind of weird. He's kind of like a liberal science professor kind of dude. and he's definitely weird. And he sat next to me on the tram, and he was like, the theme song for Lawrence of Arabia is playing in my head. And I was like, bro, what? Like, I didn't say anything because I was just shocked. I was like, I don't know how I didn't punch him in the face.
Yeah, what a thing to say. God.
He even hummed it, Judith. He hummed it the rest of the afternoon.
Brought you an astronaut.
It was wild. It was wild. He's never said anything out of pocket before or since.
Came in outer space. You'll be out of there in no time. And the second all this is over, I'm going to take you wherever you want to go.
Oh, I can turn down my volume. Is that better?
I turn my volume doesn't go up any higher, unfortunately. Hang on.
I
one
can
second.
turn down mine.
I
I didn't
also-
realize
I can
until
lower.
recently that.
Let's see. Is that any better?
I also didn't realize until recently that my mic has a volume knob at the bottom, and I was playing with it initially, and then I tried putting it back where I'd started, but I don't know where it was started. So, is it better? Should I lower it more?
By handing over excess materials to a
Let us
facility,
know,
you
Pepper.
can increase the amount
Or
stored
anyone
on
else,
site.
for that matter.
Now, these materials can then be used later for equipment fabrication and so forth. Just remember that each facility has separate stores and that the amount on hand differs from site to site. Don't get carried away.
All right, so we're getting rid of the stuff that we used up.
Yeah, Judith. He really should go to chicken camps. He kind of sucks. He's the kind of guy who's like, literally is there a shittier bus? He does this in third world countries. Oh, I'm quiet now. Let me turn it up. Is that better? Is that too high?
Let us know. Audio is so difficult to get right. Much better? Okay.
Let me know if it's really such an easy knob to turn without the stand on, and the stand is broken. Which reminds me, if anyone knows a desk clamp I can get, my desk clamp broke. That's why the stand isn't working. So.
All right, so for reasons, we're gonna make some more hematic grenades, just in case.
Reasons, you say?
For reasons. I'm sure it's nothing to worry about. I'm sure everything is going to be okay. Everything is going to be okay. I'm gonna also put my ladder and my climbing anchor into the locker because we don't need them right now. I still have one of these in my utility pouch. I'm just gonna put it in my private locker for right now. So the utility pouch is an area, like just a pouch on our chest that we can only put blood bags in. It can hold 4. So that's just like, it barely adds any weight. It's just kind of a little extra thing to make sure we always have a little extra health if we need it.
Can I complain about something that's like completely not a problem? Like not a.
Yes.
It has nothing to do with the stream. I just grow a lot of facial hair because I have really high natural testosterone, and I started doing electrolysis because it's really just uncomfortable for me to have facial hair. I don't really care how it looks. It's more of the texture.
Yeah.
And I'll pick at it until I start bleeding. And so I have to grow it out for electrolysis, which I've never grown it out in my whole life. And there's so much more than I thought there was, and I hate it. I hate it a lot.
Oh,
It
I'm sorry.
sucks.
The facial hair sucks. It really does. Like, I mean, it sucks for me for dysphoria reasons and stuff, but also just because, like you said, the texture, especially when it's not like, I had a beard for years, and when it was grown out enough, that was fine. But the texture when it's just growing in is the fucking worst.
It's also like I'm so afraid of like. I have been harassed for having facial hair before with significantly less facial hair than I have right now. And So there's a lot, like, I keep covering my face in public because I'm just so afraid of what people are gonna do. Which, like, I don't know, it's probably way worse for, like, you and other trans femmes. It's just, like, God, I am so scared. I've never had this much facial hair, ever. Like, I knew I had the ability to grow out a pretty decent amount of it, but I didn't really realize just how thick it was. Because I pluck them. I have always plucked them. I pluck them as soon as I can feel them, which is the reason why I keep cutting myself, because I will dig into my skin to get them to be revealed enough to be pluckable. But I'm not allowed to do any of that, because I have to do the electrolysis. Yay.
Let's.
Oh, I'm sorry, Judith.
Yeah, I'm sorry too. Okay, let's go walk outside where I'm sure there's not a boss fight waiting. Yeah, I wish you could turn them away too. Fuck that.
Yeah, I'm really sorry, Judith. Oh no.
It's not a boss fight. I don't know why you would ever suggest that.
A storm? Crane? Crabs? It's the crabs again.
The crabs again. It's always those fucking crabs. It's because you were on that fucking crab, isn't it?
It's a baby.
You're always on that fucking crab.
Oh my god, it's sludge. The goop time. Oh my god, he got pulled into the goop.
That's what happens in normal gameplay if you get grabbed by a BT, by the way. Like, these people come out of the tar, and then if they grab you, they, like, drag you.
What's happening?
BT?
Why are they not grabbing you no more?
I don't know.
Oh my god, is there a bigger guy? Oh no, it's that one guy who saved you, question mark? How can you do that?
Good
Why
question.
are you a pharaoh?
Good question.
The particle of God that permeates all existence.
What's his name?
Higgs.
Oh, of course. This man does not know subtlety.
No.
Bloodied but unvowed.
Whoa, that one lady who's fragile and is fragile.
Judith says,
Oh my
book or
God.
catch.
What's that? Bridget Strand is dead. America's last president dead and burned.
Wait, how does he know?
And
Oh,
now
he
the
smell
girl's been
thoughts?
chosen to take mommy's place. Well, that won't
That's not how
wash.
smell works.
She's
Nope.
not cut out for politics, is she? Oh, but don't worry. I'll find her.
The skull face masks are
Real safe.
strange.
Yeah.
You see, I've come to understand the truth of the Death Stranding.
So yes, welcome our villain.
So much you people don't know.
The big
girl,
bad.
for instance, she's not like you or me. Dooms ain't her thing. And she's more into destruction on a worldwide scale. An extinction entity.
I wonder why you're a pharaoh. I don't really think pharaohs are like this.
So hard to form connections when you
It is going to come up, but it's basically just for, like, symbolism reasons, because of course.
Fortunately, I've got a good connection to the
Oh, I
other
don't
side.
understand the subtle symbolism. You're right, you're right. You know, Higgs boson and the pharaoh.
No bridge. To me,
Very subtle.
I'm bound to all
I'm the joke, Khabib.
this
Yeah,
world,
god damn it.
that world, and our sweet little angel of death.
He's the white pharaoh. No.
Is he white? No!
He is white. Oh no, Judith, you're so right.
No, Lord. I don't like that.
When
my
so
God,
so when you get
that's
grabbed
it.
by BTs and have to fight them, they look like this.
This game seems very inspired by Elder Torah.
Yep.
All of it'll take is one itty-bitty void out to blow us all to kingdom come. So how about it? Aren't you getting tired of the grind?
Wait, we didn't want to be in the grind in the first place.
A game over.
This poor baby.
Yeah. And I like that Sam's just standing there like, just let him monologue at me. I don't give a shit.
Oh my god, a
Heads up,
bus.
Sam. According to our damage assessments, it would only take a single void out to total Port Knot City. A single
Heads up,
BT
Sam. If you
allowed to make
lose,
contact
we
with a
all
civilian
die.
would be
Good luck.
enough. We can't let that happen. You've got to deal with that BT right now.
So this is not the only boss fight in the game. I do always kind of feel like they're unnecessary. This is not why I'm playing Death Stranding. See, we want to be out of the tar if we can, because the tar makes us walk very slowly. I hate the whale fight. Oh, that's gonna be a long time from now, though. And BB's arm is pointing always to wherever the BT is, which helps us.
Lovecraft thinks for tentacles. He had to, right?
What was that?
You think Lovecraft had a thing for tentacles? He
Lo-
had to have, right?
Yeah,
Right?
yeah. Yeah, probably.
I hate Lovecraft.
Yeah. We played a Call of Cthulhu game over Halloween on stream, and it was like, it's fine, but the kind of thing where like I don't understand how like Cthulhu as like a character / concept became so big, because like this doesn't have that much juice to it.
It's also like so much of Lovecraftian horror is just body horror mixed with ableism.
Yeah.
Pepper says, I also really kind of gain is how much the friendly characters care about saving America, contrast with how little their voices make it sound like they care. Yeah. I don't know if that's intentional even. No one likes Lovecraft as a person. You're wrong about that, J Hill. Some people do, and those people suck, but they do exist. You know a book I can't stand? Dracula. I think it's one of the worst fictions I've ever read in my whole life.
Interesting. I haven't read it
Can't
myself,
stand it.
so I can't really comment.
I don't recommend it. Read Frankenstein. If you want to read old horror, read Frankenstein.
Oh
Dracula
yeah, I
sucks.
love Frankenstein.
Dracula is written like a collection of primary sources, and you would think that would interest me as someone who likes history. No, it doesn't, because it's boring. Bram Stoker's Dracula? Yes, J-Ho, I can't stand it.
Now, can you make yourself a little louder?
Oh, I can fix that. But, can you hear me better now, Pepper? That's also the game is pretty loud on my
That
end,
is-
so maybe
yeah.
that's the problem.
Like, I could make you louder on my end, but that would also make the game louder. I can't do them separately, so.
I can make myself louder.
Yeah, like, I could make the game quieter, like, both you and the game quieter, and then you can make yourself, like, significantly louder if it comes to that. Like, depending on how much louder you can make yourself.
I can make. I don't actually know what this knob
Car.
does fully, because it doesn't have an end point. I don't know how far it can go. It's just a free form little disc. Bram Stoker was an odd doctor in cemetery as a lot as a kid. Apparently, he would spend nearly every day there. Yeah, but like Bram Stoker is also boring. He doesn't know how to write well. He sucks. His conclusion to Dracula sucks. I don't like anything about it. I think Dracula was one of the worst things I ever read, and I think that the fact that it's recommended as like good horror is just bullshit. I also think that vaguely about what's that one guy, Stephen King? Stephen King's fiction also sucks.
Yeah. I mean, the problem with Stephen King is that there's so much of it that, like, it can be hard to know, like, does he suck, or was this particular book just bad? But the answer is usually he sucks, actually.
I think this is the loudest I can go. Pepper, is it too loud? Yeah, Judith, you're so right. Like, Mary Shelley's so cool. Frankenstein is a really good book. It's really
Yeah.
well written. It's written like a ghost story. Like it gives you all of the right vibes of a horror without being so over the top that it makes you like uncomfortable or incapable. Like it makes you uncomfortable, but it doesn't make you like feel like, I don't know, Stephen King's work makes you feel like garbage, you know, like it just doesn't feel good to read Stephen King's work. And Dracula's work is so boring.
And also, like, Frankenstein, one of the things I really like about it is at first it seems like the standard reactionary, oh no, we tried the new scientific thing and that was bad. And then that ends up not actually being the point, and I like that a lot.
Yeah. I also like that about it. Like, it's one of those things that it's also the way it goes about telling its story.
Also, just real quick, when you kill a BT, like in an actual boss fight, it drops a lot of chiral crystals for you. Anyway, sorry, go ahead.
Incredible. For the first time in history, a human being has defeated a BT. Were you not a repatriate, I doubt it would have been possible.
Or if you were you not chemically different than the average human. I hate that shit. Yeah. Anyways, back to what I was saying. But
used to expel BTs from our world and return them to the other side.
Jay Hill, I think we should look at more for impact on the story itself. That's fair. Judith, the point is don't be a deadbeat dad.
Be proud, my friend.
Yeah, I also think Frankenstein also does storytelling really interestingly because it's layered, right? Like, it's not Frankenstein telling the story or even Frankenstein's monster telling the story. It's a guy who had Frankenstein on his ship for one day, and he's writing letters to his sister. Like, this is a chain of storytelling.
Yeah, and I forgot about that.
Which is also very interesting because even in Frankenstein's best ability to portray himself as a good guy, he portrays himself awfully. It's like reading those like "Am I the Assholes" by actual assholes. Like you can tell that they're trying so hard to present it in a way that makes them look favorable, and they fail. And Frankenstein does the same thing, and so which belies this like understanding of the world that is just deeply flawed and deeply not okay. Because he thinks this presents him in a good light.
Yeah.
And the fact that he thinks that at all is in itself more proof of him being awful. Like, so, and I think that's really interesting. I also think it's really interesting that the guy in the beginning was like, oh, thank you. I don't read a lot of literature actually, but I do really think deeply about literature.
Also, 1 second. Welcome to the stream, Gotcha, or Slavic does Gotcha. Anyways, continue.
Hello. Yeah, I don't read a lot of literature, but when I do read literature, I do think very strongly about them because I think they're important. But yeah, like the idea that the guy who writes the story is just some guy who has Frankenstein on his ship, and he's like, sis, you gotta hear this shit. This is the wildest story I ever heard. Like, that's the vibe of the whole book. Like, and I love that shit. I feel like I'm gossiping with this guy. Like, everything about it appeals to me. I love Frankenstein so much. Though everyone glosses over the Twilight vampires are literally Dracula. He sparkled in the sun, not burned. They always bugged me. Yeah, that's fair.
Pepper, you're so right. Keep on keeping on should be a new redeem for the channel. 100%.
I also, speaking of literature, one of my favorite fiction I've ever read is Invisible Man by Ralph Ellison. One of my favorite works of all time, and I'm going to talk about it because it reminds me of something we were talking about earlier, which is the fact that, you know, teachers not calling on you. So
I am just going to say we are about to get some cutscenes, just so you know.
Okay.
Thank you, Slavic. Thank you for the I'm just actually going to let the whole thing play out. My bad.
Spaghetti money, hooray!
Spaghetti money.
Yes, thank you so much, Slavic. That is super appreciated. Thank you so much. That helps a lot.
Thank you for your contribution.
Let me quickly get the next cutscene ready so we can get through it. Which is how you love to think about like the games that you're playing. You love to think of it in terms of like, let's get through parts of it. Actually, why are there? Oh, there's no order. I guess
I will talk about it in a way that doesn't like spoil it at all, Judith. But I do want to talk about it a little bit, if that is okay.
Have a pleasant journey. Keep on keeping on.
I'm gonna wait for your okay. If you mean to read it, I do want you to read it. It is one of my favorite books in the whole world.
Sorry,
I read
which
it
book?
in 12th grade. Invisible Man.
Oh, yes.
But I read it in the senior year of high school. Let me know when I need to stop talking.
Pepper, I just want to be sure we're talking about the same Invisible Man. We're not talking about the Orson Welles one, the one about a man who's literally invisible.
Ralph Ellison.
Yeah.
Different guy. But the one you're thinking about, if the H.G. Well, is it H.G. Wells?
Yeah, I think it's
I
H.G.
don't know
Wells.
who wrote that one.
Gonna catch a ride on that boat, Sam? Before you do, be aware that you'll have to leave behind any cargo you haven't gotten around to delivering. It'd be a shame to abandon something important, though, especially if you were close to finishing a run. My advice, put that stuff in your private locker in Port Knot City. Or, if you're feeling responsible, you could just delay your boat trip until you've tied up loose ends. It's your call.
No, we want to we are going to come back to this map later to tie up loose ends, but right now we want to get to the second map as soon as we can. So let's go do that.
Yeah. Is the cutscene happening in a couple minutes?
Yes, it's happening now.
Okay. Okay, I will wait to talk about Ralph Ellison's Invisible Man in a little bit.
Snack?
Weird lady.
You came through then.
I don't break that easy. Name notwithstanding.
I think you do.
You saw that asshole too, right?
Higgs. He's the leader of a separatist group.
Seemed to me like he was controlling that BT.
Why does this woman look like a
level 7
Zionist to me?
Higher, maybe.
What was that?
Seems like
Why
you
does
know
this
a lot
woman look
about
like
it.
a Zionist to me?
Oh no.
Guess you could say we had a contract.
You did business with terrorists? Whoever pays, huh?
He wasn't like that back then.
So what's your angle? You want to save the world, or you want to fuck it all up like him?
I just wish things were different, alright?
Could mean literally anything.
Here's alright. Don't worry, she still floats.
Sure.
Come on, we're the only cargo left.
Suspicious. Is there more cutscene?
Yes, there is. Sorry.
Yeah, no worries.
I'm muting while I chew.
No worries. If me just commentating is annoying people, you could also tell me to stop. I like to be sarcastic at dialogue. I think it's funny.
No, that's what people are here for. You're fine.
We should get there tomorrow.
Take a hint, lady. Oh no, the picture!
He keeps messing up with this picture so much. It's a miracle he still has it.
Like, put it like underneath your clothes. Like, I don't understand what you're doing with this picture, bro.
I told you before, Sam. The past just won't let go.
Oh yeah, I know Friday Black is supposed to be very good, Judith. I've been meaning to read it. I just haven't really been reading anything lately.
Listen, I have something to ask of you. It has to do with that asshole. Higgs.
If you like short stories, read Bloodchild by Octavia Butler. I've never read that one, J-Ho. Are you talking about
Zach-
Arthur Miller's?
Oh, go ahead. I think we were about to say the same thing.
I forget what the
The
I
Crucible?
lost it. You could finish.
Yeah. Are you talking about the Crucible?
Sam. Do you remember?
Babe, why do you have the mannerisms of Hillary Clinton?
She is the daughter of the president, the first female president of the United States.
I'm just saying, she walks around like she's Hillary Clinton, and
Yeah.
it makes me want to punch her.
I just want to see her in that pose from that one photo, the like "damn bitch you live like this" pose.
Everything about the Crucible is boring, Zach. Oh my god. A guy.
It's almost time to go, Sam.
I remember I didn't mind the Crucible.
I didn't mind the Crucible because we just did a mock Salem trial instead of a report. It was fun.
That does sound kind of fun.
No idea until you told me.
And also because like the Crucible was actually about McCarthyism, and I found that interesting.
Yeah, which we didn't really talk about.
Is no different from being dead if you're
Although
all
I'm pretty well versed in McCarthyism. I'm Palestinian. It's just McCarthyism is just exactly what's happening at the same time.
Yep.
I don't want to go home.
Baby.
I don't want to go home.
here. It's a dream catcher. Wear it when
You've
sleep.
cursed him, dude.
It'll keep
Yep.
the nightmares away. I'll always be with you.
You could have just
Did you
given him a
forget how to
friendship
go
bracelet.
Yeah.
That would have been nuts. It would have been not weird.
Yeah.
Come on.
But Kojima doesn't do not weird, and unfortunately, the weird that he does can include like weird racism pretty frequently.
But also, that's just not how dream catchers work. You
I
should
know.
never wear one.
Oh yeah, so
I'll be
Pepper
waiting.
raises a good point. Where'd she even get that? Because a point that is made frequently throughout this game is that the only physical items you can bring with you to the beach are things that have a lot of great importance to you. So like, I why did she already have that? Like, what's the? I don't.
We used to play together
whatever.
a lot in this place.
You brought me here. I couldn't make the trip on my own.
So long as you have a body to return to, you can't come and go as you please.
So you can't just come back east through here.
Not until you make us whole again, Sam.
Why are you taking his picture? That's his wife. Bro. Bro, come back.
I'll be waiting
No.
for you on the beach.
Don't take his picture. What's wrong with you?
Come and find me.
A whale-shaped ship. Suspicious.
Suspicious. Yeah, Pepper, she does say make us whole a whole lot, which when you're just coming out of Dead Space like you are, is weird. It feels weird.
I'm funny? Wow, I'm funny. People don't usually say I'm funny. They say I'm smart a lot.
You're both.
Some people say I'm funny, but usually it's like the first compliment I ever get is, "Oh, you're so funny." Or not, so you're so smart. I really don't get complimented on being funny. I think I'm hilarious. I think I'm great, honestly. I think other people should think I'm great more often, but I think I'm great.
Welcome to Lake Knot City.
Welcome to the second map. The map where the majority of the game takes place.
Welcome to more not cities. We could have named all our cities different names, and they probably started as different names because that's how cities worked in the U.S. before.
Yeah.
But we like knots.
They did kind of hint earlier that the original name of Central Knot City was Vredefort, and the original name of Capital Knot City was Sudbury. But those are the only two we ever learn. And also, not the names of real major American cities, which is confusing. Judith, no.
This cargo is from
I'm
Port Knot
charming
City,
too.
bound for Lake
Wow,
Knot.
so sweet.
I'll leave these up to you. The dispatch terminal is up ahead. In the meantime, I've got some business to attend to. Later, alligator.
I'm not used to compliments, Pepper. Really, people don't generally give me compliments, and when they do, it's usually about being smart, even when they don't know me. It's very strange. I don't like it when people do that. No, like quite literally, like my last day in group therapy when I was doing DBT, there was a bunch of new people in DBT, and they were like, "I know I just met you, but you're so smart," and I was like, "You don't know me. Please don't." I hated that. But are we done with cutscenes?
Yes, for now. We might have some more when we actually get into the city. I forget.
All right. But anyways, let me tell everyone about one of my favorite books that I ever had to read for class, which is Invisible Man by Ralph Ellison. It is a book about a black man who is invisible. He's an invisible man. People keep trying to, like, even the people who are on his side, nominally the leftists, the liberals, and the conservatives, no one ever really sees him, to the point that you never learn his name, because no one ever says it, ever, in the whole book. And when we were reading this book for class, I loved this book. I thought it was really good. And it was just like, I thought it was wonderful. I loved it so very much. I thought it was really poignant and useful and accurate and helpful to my own understanding and formulations of racism and how the world works in general. It is one of the starting points, although I was radicalized a lot younger than most people, partially because I'm Palestinian. I always had to deal with that, but also partially because, like, my parents aren't like leftists, but they're not like, they've never appreciated anything about the political sphere of the United States. They're in this country because it's safer, not because it's good. So I always was aware of basic criticisms of the government. My parents never liked the Democrats or the Republicans, although they voted Democrat pretty consistently. I remember Hurricane Katrina. That's probably the first radicalizing moment I had in my life personally. So I got radicalized very, very young. But Ralph Ellison is a Invisible Man. It was a big turning point in just my formulations of the personal experiences of racism, the personal understandings of racism. And my copy of Invisible Man is really interesting because it's covered in words and doodles. Because I was trying at this point in my life to not talk so much in class, and we would talk about the book, and I hated everyone else's opinions about the book. I thought they were stupid. No one seemed to understand that the point of the book is to see how being racialized in the United States effectively makes you invisible, even when everyone notices you. You aren't a person to them. You are just an object. You are a part of the environment. You are not a person at all. Even when they're centering you, they don't really see you as a person. Really, really good book.
I need to read it.
No one in my class seemed to understand the things I understood from the book, so I kept writing in my copy whenever I was annoyed, so I didn't talk too much. I have the tally marks also of how many times I talked, and which is really funny for a book about the way that racism makes people invisible. It's really kind of on the nose how that really played out. And my copy of the book also is covered in this quote over and over and over. I kept writing it. I was just so annoyed. The truth resists simplicity. And it's a John Green quote. I don't like John Green anymore, but I did like John Green at this time in my life. I was like 17.
I also liked John Green when I was younger. You're fine.
But like the concept of the truth resists simplicity was very important to me because everyone kept trying to like water down what the story's about, because they're like, yeah, people treat them this way because they're racist. No, it's not just because they're racist. It's not simply just bigotry. It is more than that. It is an entire system, an entire apparatus that is built to make him invisible over and over and over and over again. And no one seemed to understand that it's more than just the bigotry of the people like he's interacting with. It's everything that's around it. It's everything that builds into it. And I was so annoyed. And so I kept writing that quote over and over and over and over and over and over again. So it's covering my entire copy. It's just covered in these words. Yeah, it was a very important moment to me to realize, like, and I was around my school had very little white people. I was around a lot of people of color, and even then it was still like really hard to get them to see this thing. And I think that like it really kind of opened my eyes to just how little people think about their lived experience and how much I do. Anyways, let's see this cutscene.
But yeah, the whole writing to avoid talking when frustrated because no one else in class understood the book. That's how Judith put it. I also relate to that a lot.
Welcome. We're watching your boat move away. I hate to be a hard ass, but I've got to ask. Everything you're transporting above board? Nothing dangerous or illicit? I'm sure they checked you on the way in, but I'm gonna have to.
What does illicit mean in a world that doesn't have a criminal system?
Good question.
All clear. Not picking up
Like,
anything unusual.
we are going to learn the history of this region. That is the reason he asked that question. But, yeah.
I write Cornell notes, so I always have space on my note page for writing my annoyance and my feelings and my thoughts. And I very frequently write poetry in the margins of my Cornell notes. It's the reason I take Cornell notes, actually. It's one of the reasons. It's also because I learned Cornell notes first in terms of learning structured note taking, and I found it very useful, so I never needed to switch.
Can't be too careful these days.
Although I made differences to it when I was using it.
You're clear to lick us up.
I actually love Cornell notes. I know people hate it.
I actually don't think I know what Cornell notes are.
Oh, how like what age group are you in, just out of curiosity? Like 30s?
Yeah, I'm 32.
Okay, so
You knew that.
You were like, I actually didn't.
Okay. Thought we talked about that. Whatever. It's not important.
Probably. I forgot. I'm really bad at remembering people's ages, including my own. So please do not feel bad.
That's okay.
But yeah, you are just old enough that Cornell notes were not a thing that you were probably forced to do.
By the way, sorry. Looking at the map right there, I'm pretty sure Lake Knot City is supposed to be Minneapolis, which makes me happy.
Nice.
Sorry. Continue.
Yeah, Judith, people also really don't understand Lolita because from what I understand, like the point of the book is, I've never read it. I don't want to read it, to be honest with you. But from what I understand about people who really like that book, it is a story about like, this is how manipulation really looks and works. And people don't get that. And they're like, cute. It's like, no,
absolutely not.
It's Jodi's birthday tomorrow. Why didn't you tell me? I probably have it in my calendar. I'm so bad at dates. I'm putting it in my calendar. Your birthday's on the same date as Eid.
My birthday's not tomorrow.
What?
Pepper was pulling a joke because... Who did you pull the joke on first? Was that on Judith the first time? Or was that just on chat? I don't remember.
Pepper, you tricked me.
The first time I did it was just
Tisk.
It was just the chat. Okay.
I said, like, would you believe me if it's Jody's birthday tomorrow? And they were all like, oh my gosh, happy birthday, Jody. I was like, well, you shouldn't.
I'm not sure if that came through in the mic.
I did hear it.
But this means you don't know my birthday, huh?
No, I mean I might, and I would have put it in my calendar if you ever told me.
It's okay. I think
So it really.
I don't think I know yours either. I haven't committed yours to memory yet, so that's fair.
I actually do have it in my calendar. Haha, loser.
Damn it.
No,
that's a good thing. That's a good thing, except for the fact that you've beaten me.
Yeah, I know.
Text me your birthday so you don't have to say it on stream.
Okay, I will text you.
So we're finally on the network. Long time coming. We won't hold anything back. Capital Knot City will get everything. If all this info sharing makes everyone safer, I'm all for it. You can bet I'm not the only one here who feels that way. I suppose it was better when Bridges 1 first came this way. At least I don't remember terrorists and BTs making our lives difficult back then. Well, be careful out there. The world's not what it used to be. And thank you.
Well. Oh my god, this lady again.
Mm-hmm.
I hate her so much.
And thank you.
I'm so interested with how much you hate Amelie.
I think she sounds annoying. I think she looks like a politician.
Yeah.
I think her red dress is ugly.
Yeah.
I think her necklace is also ugly.
Yeah.
I have a lot of problems.
We're all on board with our plans for reconstruction. Fragile
This is actually important.
attracted by all three and kept supplies moving and people connected. But that all changed a year ago when the separatists carried out their attacks.
Yeah.
One took out Knot City. They detonated nukes from the old days.
They detonate nukes?
Split up in the other. Casualties were devastating. Bridges doesn't have.
What do you mean they had nukes, bro?
remaining cities on its own. We need to
Girl,
secure
please.
the support of everyone, even those who want nothing to do with the UCA. Impossible as that may seem.
The situation has changed dramatically since Bridges 1 first went west. The destruction of Middle Knot in particular forced us to adapt a new strategy. It's like Amelie said, we don't have the time or resources to construct another knot on that scale. That's why we've taken to cutting deals with preppers and the like. Our only recourse is to utilize their shelters to bolster the strength of the network.
Takes a special kind of person to live out here on their own. The kind that'll tell us to fuck off if we ask them to join the UCA.
Oh, we know. No one's expecting them to say yes up front. But even if they don't like dealing with most people, they got on okay with Fragile Express.
Don't tell me. You want us to use her credentials to get in good with them.
Bingo. She's agreed to it too.
And in exchange, she gets...
Nothing really. A chance to get back at Higgs, I suppose. I can't blame her for
Suspicious.
wanting one. He took everything from her and then some. Time heals some wounds, but not hers. The work ahead won't be simple or easy, but it needs doing. Get some rest for now. We'll talk more later.
So, 2 questions.
Yes.
Well, how'd they have nukes? What the fuck?
Good question.
Who? That's not how nukes work.
Yeah.
2, are they still preppers if the disaster did come? I just think that's the wrong word for them.
Yeah, I agree. And like it is going to be made clear that a lot of them were from families that were prepping before the Death Stranding happened, but even so.
I mean, yeah, but if you prepped for something that did happen, I think you're no longer prepped for it. I think
Yeah.
it happened.
Yeah.
Zach, that's why I put him in my calendar.
My birthday's tomorrow, Pepper? Oh, thank you. I didn't realize. Oh, shit. Happy birthday, Jodi.
For me? It's called a kipu. It means knot in old words.
No, Lord
You
have
can
mercy.
also use it to count stuff. I had a knot.
I
when
wonder why
was a
she's the
friend.
ugly ass necklace.
Okay. Then
To cut
how about I
knots.
add another knot every time I see you?
It's made out of metal. How would you add more knots? Also,
Yeah,
you're stuck here.
Yeah.
This must
Also,
be
it
very
looks the same
important to
now.
you if you were able to bring it here.
Ah.
Very special.
It is special. I made it for you.
You didn't make that.
I'll treasure it
Yeah. I feel like when this was initially written, I wonder if it was meant to look different. Because no. But yeah, I agree with you on like disliking Amelie. I'm just not used to people picking up on that immediately.
Why are you here?
Ask your boss.
She's
man.
stupid, and I hate her.
No. I mean, why
Most
are
of
you
the women
here?
in this game
Gotta deliver
don't
before Porter.
seem
You're gonna need this on the road ahead. This will ID you as an associate of 5
easily
hours
liked,
woven from
Yeah.
blood and chiral crystals.
and I don't know if that's. I mean, it's
Yeah.
partially a misogyny problem and partially
Yeah. Part of that is definitely just misogyny because Kojima just kind of writes women like that. Like, this is kind of spoilers, I guess. I do think Fragile gets there in the end. I like Fragile, but like, I don't know.
like Mama, I guess, but she's
Yeah.
not really a person.
Like she's gonna get her part of the plot like in a couple
Fleshed
streams.
out.
Yeah.
Okay.
Actually, it might be more than a couple streams. There's a lot that
get there
happens
when
on
we
this
get
map.
there.
We'll get there when we get there. Fragile is gonna get a lot of development. Mama's gonna get a decent amount. Amelie doesn't get very much development, but the game expects you to care a lot about her, and it just doesn't work. Like, Amelie doesn't get a lot of development, but she gets a lot of lore, and that's not the same thing.
Preppers around these parts won't give you trouble so long as you've got it. We were the only people making deliveries out here. This was our territory. Until Higgs fucked it all up. Me, the Express, our reputation, all of it.
And now you want to fuck him back. On your own.
You
I'm
could
not
have
on
chose
my
better
own.
words.
The cave, Port Knot City, next to your bed. So far apart, yet somehow we keep meeting.
You can
All that
teleport,
BT
lady.
country in between where I should have been caught in void out. Yet here I am.
Because you can teleport.
Here I am.
You can use the beach?
I have a beach. You've got yours. I've got mine. I use it to jump across space.
Judith,
I
that's a
can't
better
conjure up
rendition.
BT's legends again, but I can go after him. Chase him to the beach. Problem is, everyone's got their own way in. I'm only allowed to pass through the beach I know and understand. I'm sure you've heard the term multiverse.
Oh, Lord have mercy.
It's not as bad as you think.
You alright?
No.
The jumps take a lot out of me.
Which is why I just did it to show off.
You're going
Faith, have
to
you
Edge Knot
considered to
City,
not hurt yourself for the
Places
sake
full
of the bit?
but if you're
You know, I
desperate,
respect it, actually.
then you're going to deal with Higgs sooner or later.
Look, I make deliveries, killing monsters and terrorists. It's not what I do.
It is
What
what
if
you
we
do,
did it
bro.
together? I could use my power to help you. We don't have to want the same thing to be on the same side. I could send you across my beach to any place the Chiralian's thick enough, any place connected to the chiral network.
What do you expect in
Oh
return?
my god, teleporting.
Mm-hmm.
Fast travel?
I expect you to think it over. Here. Call it an incentive. And call me if you need me.
Me and my little stupid umbrella.
Yeah.
This will keep us connected.
The umbrella?
Yeah.
How are you gonna hide from the rain now? I mean, I don't think that really protects much from the rain.
Okay, yeah. Pepper is recommending I explain Quiet to you. Quiet is the only, well, kind of the only woman character in Metal Gear Solid 5. Her whole deal is that she never speaks, and also she has to always be wearing a bikini because she breathes through her skin.
Mm-hmm.
She's bad. like Fragile and Amelie and Mama are actually a big step up for Kojima. This is him being less misogynistic.
I hate this.
Yeah.
Judith, I want to tell you a funny story since you brought up nose bleeding. Because I think this is hilarious. I went. You will regret your words and deeds. Okay, I don't know what that means. We'll see. I guess.
What that means is like when Quiet was first revealed before the game came out, Kojima made this tweet about like, oh, you all laugh now, but once you understand why Quiet is like this, you will all regret your words and deeds. And then it turns out she was like that because she breathed through her skin.
It's the ProZD skit for real.
I'm sorry?
Do you know who ProZD is?
No.
YouTuber, Viner, extraordinaire, but mostly does YouTube these days. I'll send you the one I'm talking about. His skits are hilarious. I love him so much. Yeah, Sungwon is his name. But his handle is ProZD. Really funny guy. So funny. He's also just a really interesting guy. He's also a voice actor.
Oh, ProZD. Yes. For some reason that didn't catch in my head.
Click. I understand.
Yeah.
But that's a really funny truth. But anyways, nose bleeding. I want to tell the nose bleeding story because I think it's hilarious. Wait, do you need to do something first?
So I just want to say, so I just got this mail from the Ludens fan being like, oh, I have a delivery to Port Knot City. I don't remember this, so this might be a director's cut thing. So I might go do that, which means we have to teleport back to the first map. So you can probably go ahead like while I do that.
Oh my god, prayer emoji in this game. That's pretty funny.
Yeah.
But no, so my nose bleeding story is one time I went to go see Deadpool in theaters with my friend Ben, and Ben, this is actually unfortunately relevant to the story. Ben is black. My nose started bleeding at the fucking strip club scene. I have chronic nosebleeds. I have no idea why the timing was like that, but it was like the most anime-ass moment in my whole life. I thought it was hilarious, and I just thought, okay, like, well, I don't want to miss the movie, so I'll just like plug my nose with my like, I'll do the pinch with my fingers, and I'll just let it bleed until it dries, and then I'll clean it up afterwards. I didn't really think about the fact that I was with a black man in a white city. Not the move. He didn't notice at all, but we left the theater and my face was covered in blood from the nosebleed.
Oh,
and I saw how people were looking, and I was like, I literally loudly said, "Oh, so sorry about the nosebleed. Let me go clean it up." So that no one would treat him. And he didn't notice at all. Like, he didn't know for like years I didn't mention it. I thought he like got the gist of what was happening, but he did not. And like one day I mentioned it to him and he was like, "Oh my god, you're so right." And I was like, "Yeah, I'm so sorry about that." He's like, "That's really funny." And I'm like, "Yeah, I knew you would think that was funny, but I'm glad nothing happened to you."
Anyway, this is what happens when you do that's not what I meant to do. I meant to do a quiet jump. Or like, I guess I'm using the bathroom.
You quietly jumped into the bathroom. Because you're hot, of course.
Yeah,
what other reason would there be?
I actually do have chronic nosebleeds, and I don't know. It's not great. I hate getting a nosebleed so much.
I used to get really bad chronic nosebleeds. My worst ever was I had a nosebleed that went for an hour on and off, and I ended up in the ER because I lost so much blood.
Ugh.
My brother is worse, though. He used to get his nose cauterized like once every 3 weeks.
So, the only things you can bring with you is yourself. And maybe a few other trinkets that are really important to you. Okay, close your eyes. Picture your destination.
Hold it your stuff. Like your suits and shit.
Yeah.
That's really funny, Pepper.
No, I get nosebleeds every now and then, Pepper. Maybe I don't actually like point them out to you like I did today because it happened like right in front of you, but or no, it didn't. I told you after the fact today. But yeah, usually I don't even bother doing that.
My brother's nosebleeds used to be so bad that
I hate to say
he
it,
had
but I've got
napkins
a
with
high
him everywhere
priority
he went.
request.
And his
While
nose
this
would
has
start
nothing to do
bleeding
with our network
randomly. It was a
expansion
problem.
operations, it's still a major cause for concern.
We've heard this from him already.
Oh my god. But yeah, nosebleeds suck. Everyone in my family has sinus issues. I had like 4 sinus surgeries by the time I was 18.
Mm. We've seen this one before.
Oh yeah.
Can you hear me? Steady.
I didn't know I couldn't breathe out of my nose until I was like 14 because I had so much sinus issues, and I didn't realize that everyone could just do that.
Oh wow.
I couldn't really smell, and I couldn't really breathe out of my nose. But I just thought that was normal. And then at some point, someone in high school, people started making fun of me because my mouth was always open, and I was like, but I need it to be always open. They're like, why? And I was like, because I need to breathe. And they're like, what? And I was like, yeah, what do you mean, what? That's how breathing works. And they're like, no. And I was like, what do you mean, no?
Other people's deliveries.
And I had to have surgery.
Ah, I see.
But yeah, no, it was really funny. Because I had the person who figured out what was wrong with me was actually an allergist. My ENT couldn't figure it out for a really long time. Which is fair based on what was wrong. It was a very strange issue that comes from chronic allergy symptoms, but I don't have any allergies, so no one understood that would be an option. Because I did have allergies because I have mast cell activation syndrome, but I don't have any official allergies, so that's the whole thing. Anyways, I had to have surgery, and my first smell was apple pie.
Well, that's nice. That's a good smell at least.
My aunt brought some from Costco as a get well soon gift. And I woke up the next day, and I was like, hey Ma, what's going on in the air? And she was like, what? And I was like,
that's such an interesting way to ask about what the smells are.
I had no idea, because I thought I could smell before, and I couldn't smell well. I just thought I could vaguely tell a smell was around me, but I couldn't ever like distinguish smells. And I was like, so what's up with the air? And I was like, and she was like, what? And I was like, it smells sweet. And she was like, or like, I didn't say that specifically. I think I was like, it's sweet. And she was just like, oh, the pie. And I was like, the pie. And she's like, you're smelling things. Use real words. And I was like, okay, fair enough. And then that day was the day I learned that why people liked apple pie. I still don't like apple pie, but I think it makes more sense now. Because before, it was just mushy. And I was like, why do people like this? This is disgusting.
It's also interesting because like smell is such a big part of like taste. So do you think you also taste things more clearly now?
Yes, way better. Before, my favorite like tastes were usually salty things, and that was kind of the only thing I ever really distinguished based on was I liked salty.
Interesting.
But I didn't really know any like intricacies of taste. And that was really interesting to learn about. Oh no.
It's interesting, like so when I was like a teenager, my mom got hit by a truck, and it like, we thought it sheared her nerve, although this has started to be reversed, so we're not really sure that that's what happened. But anyway, she lost her sense of smell for like 10 years, and it just changed the way she engaged with like everything.
Yeah. Nerves can heal. It's not a thing that most doctors will tell you because it's really just not common, and it's hard to know when. And it's like one of those things that like, it's really hard to tell people that because then they'll be like, okay, so when is it gonna happen? It's like we have no idea. We have no idea what the process of healing nerves looks like. It's just something that sometimes happens. Which is it just can happen. It probably, if it was severed, it could have healed. If it wasn't severed, it could have gotten better. It's really hard to tell. Whoa! Get exploded, idiot.
That's what you get for being dead. My blood's on you now, ha.
But yeah, like it really did change my interaction with food. I understood a lot more things about how people ate. I still don't really like sweets. I didn't like sweets as a kid at all. It just hurt my teeth, and it was just sickening.
Oh, interesting.
But I kind of understand with the complexities of like spices and all
Wait,
of that. Like,
you were a baker? What?
Yeah, I learned how to bake. I never liked to bake. I never liked to bake goods. I learned how to bake not because I liked baked goods at all. I I learned how to bake because, and I couldn't really give you this wording when it happened, but I can now looking back on it. I learned how to bake because I like the rhythm of baking.
Oh, that's interesting.
Like I like the flow. I like the idea that there is specific beginning, middle, end points. There's specific ways I can work on this. There's specific right answers of how this would look like, and there's ways to move forward with that information.
That makes sense to me, actually.
Yeah, in a way that I just couldn't. Yeah, no, I felt the opposite. I hate improvising. I don't like improvising. I can develop recipes, but I don't improvise. It's entirely planned out because that's how you have to bake. It's in my mind, and people have argued with this for a long time with me, and you know, you're welcome to argue with me more. In my mind, baking is a science, not an art.
Yeah.
And some people will argue it's both, and it's probably both. But for me, it just feels more like a science than an art. And there's something about that feels really comforting and really like rewarding that I don't really fundamentally get from cooking as much. And for me also, baking was one of those things that there's really easy marks of improvement, right? Like there's really like, you can tell the difference between a box cake and a cake made from scratch. You can tell the difference between brownies made with cocoa powder and brownies made with chocolate. And like those things are a lot more noticeable than like when you adjust the spices on some salmon, you know? And also like the ingredients are way more consistent. Like, you know, the same amount of flour goes in every recipe, and the flour is pretty much the same, you know, if you use the same brand, no matter where you are. But like when you cook, it's like vegetables are weird, and fruits are weird, and meat is weird, and
it's interesting because like Anita, my ex, is the one who taught me how to cook, and she is like an amazing home cook. Like she's very intuitive, like, and it just hit for her in that way. Whereas I was like during our relationship, I became an entirely self-taught baker, and she just could not wrap her mind around how it works. So like it really is a different skill set.
Yeah, it's absolutely a different skill set. I'm also a good cook, but I really struggle to cook without a recipe.
Yeah.
Which is not something that's like, you know, really ideal if you want to be a good cook. And I can. It's not hard for me in the way that it might be hard for someone who doesn't understand basics of cooking.
Yeah.
But it's not comfortable to me. It's not comforting to me.
Yeah.
Baking is comforting to me.
Like I eventually, like because Anita taught me how to cook in her like intuitive way, I eventually got to that point of being able to kind of intuit out not using a recipe. And now that's just kind of, unless I'm doing something completely new, that's just kind of how I cook. But it took me a while to get to that point because that's just not my like general, like the general way I engage with that.
And I can cook based on vibes pretty easily. Specifically, I can cook like basic dishes that way. I couldn't cook like, I'm Palestinian for those in chat who don't know this. I couldn't cook like an Arab dish most of the time without a recipe. Like I can cook majadara, which is a lentil and rice dish. I can cook shorba batatas, which is a lentil soup. Weird that the lentils are the easy dishes. I'll look into that.
I mean, lentils are much easier than other pulses. That makes sense.
It's also just like they're the cheapest ingredients. So the food I can cook are the most flahi foods, which is like flahi meaning peasant or farmer or whatever you want to call it.
Gotcha. Also, this rope is bugging out. Why is it acting like, oh, whatever, that's weird. I'm going to have to go up another way.
Judith, my preference of lentil texture is shorba batatas, which is soup, is goopy. It should be goopy.
Yes.
And if it's majadara, which is a rice and lentil dish, it needs to be firm enough that it's not exploded, like it's not like completely like disintegrated, but not so firm that it's hard at all. It should completely give.
Yeah. Lentil stew used to be like just a generic lentil stew used to be like one of my go-to dishes, and like I would always try to get it to that point of like not mushy but almost mushy.
For me, like I cook it until it's literally like almost like sludge consistency. Like I cook it until it's very, very thick, and then I eat it with sumac, which is the reason I liked your handle when I first met you. It was like sumac is one of my favorite foods in the whole world. And I wasn't sure initially because I was like, sumac is a very Palestinian spice, so I wasn't sure if like you might have been I know you're not, but like at the very beginning, I was like, is this Yeah, something.
It was interesting. Like the first time that I spoke to Audrey, she was under the impression that I was Palestinian because I guess you had said that was your impression of me. But like, yeah, no.
Yeah. I think that was like a very old impression because I figured it out pretty quickly after following you. But I guess I never like updated her. I was like, because I remember telling her like, oh, sumac is a really interesting thing to make your handle off of.
Yeah, I regret to say that was my handle because of fucking Stone Butch Blues, which I regret now.
Well, I like sumac for the spice reasons. Potato and lentil curry that uses red lentils cooked that way. Yeah, red lentils are the only lentils you can really cook this way, because if you cook the brown lentils or the green lentils or whatever the hell people call them in the U.S., that way they explode in really stupid ways. They just don't really, the texture can be really weird if they explode.
Don't think we don't know it. I don't know how you do it. I really don't. Respect, man. Seriously, respect.
Okay.
Thanks, Jeff Keighley.
Weirdo.
I mean, that is kind of like in real life. He kind of is.
That makes sense. Yeah, I do like lentils a lot. I learned that this was one of my first Arab dishes I learned how to make because it's really cheap to make a very large amount of it. And I used to make it whenever all of my friends were starving. And I'd be like, okay, we're making a giant pot of this. Everyone's getting some. It's really hard to fuck up. It's like 5 ingredients. It's like onions, rice, lentils, turmeric,
all right, so
water or stock.
So like I said, this delivery that is like I think added by the director's cut is apparently for Luden's flag spear, which I'm very curious about. I'm imagining that's going to be like a weapon or something we're going to get access to. So let's do that, I guess.
This is a somewhat unusual order. You're going to want to review the key points in the summary.
So it's fragile cargo is the main thing, so we have to be really careful not to break it. That's not too hard.
Judith, I love seafood. It might be the thing that caused my allergic reaction today, though. I love seafood a lot. I love most seafood except for like I don't really like conch. I don't really like any sort of like cartilagey textures.
I don't think I've ever had conch.
I wouldn't recommend it. I couldn't stand it. I nearly threw it up. Is Manhattan the one that's white or the one that's red?
The one that's red.
Oh, I've never had it.
Me neither, actually. I like New England clam chowder, but I've never had Manhattan. Because like the few times that I've had the chance to, I was in my like I fucking hate everything about tomatoes phase, and not in that phase anymore. But
have you ever had Chiopino, Judith?
Oh, I love Chiopino.
It's really good. I like the one in San Francisco the best. I think the way that they kind of like San Francisco, it's an Italian dish, but it's like really known in San Francisco. It became like a really like I don't know like dish of the town kind of food. I don't know what the word I'm looking for is.
Like local specialty kind of thing.
Yes, it became a local specialty. That's the word. And really really good. It's like a seafood like collection served in a spicy tomato sauce soup-ish thing. I'm so glad I never had to take the GRE. Fuck that shit.
So I did take the GRE, and then it turns out that the grad schools I wanted to go to didn't require it, so I did it for no reason.
I started studying for it like years ago, and then I gave up because I was like, I'm not going to grad school soon. And then when I looked at the schools I was going to apply to, I realized that I didn't need it. I'll be right back.
Okay. We're getting the big BT cutscene again, which I don't know why this keeps happening like this. I put it in the settings that we don't get this every time, but we seem to be getting it every time. I'm going to see if I can fix that. Oh, every time. Now it's on every time. Okay, first time only. There we go. Yep. Yeah, like, you'll always get that warning, but it won't be the long cutscene like that once you turn that off. Which, like, I thought I had turned it off, but I guess not. Also, all of those BTs I killed left behind a lot of chiral crystals, which I should probably pick up.
I probably should go.
Oh, okay. Is everything okay?
Can you mute stream?
Yes, I can.
I will tell you.
Give me 1 second.
Thank you.
Hello, I'm back. Manal's fine, but just had to kind of leave suddenly. Again, they're fine, but yeah. I'm not going to go into the specifics of what happened, but Manal has left the stream for right now. And we're just going to keep playing. Okay, Manal, I will do my best to note down those timestamps. Also, if anyone in chat wants to do that, like if you notice we're getting to like an important cutscene and you want to just note that down in chat, that would be super helpful, but not necessary. Let me just open a note for that. Okay, I have a note ready for that. I don't think we're going to get anything critical on this stream, or anything further critical on this stream. You can't really see it on phone, that's fair. I have the timestamp up here, so that should work out fine. Assuming we don't edit the stream, which I don't think we will before it goes up to the VOD, so... So yeah, the stream is kind of going back to my solo stream style, which is I'm going to be talking a lot less frequently. There's going to be a lot less, like, interstitial conversation, most likely, unless we kind of, like, pick up something interesting to talk about. Which I hope everyone's okay with. Right, so we don't have access to our bike right now because it is currently in Port Knot City, which is where we're going. So we're going to have to hoof it. Which... What? Hoofing it style. If I waited a little longer, I could have gotten the, like, the crafting recipe for a bike, and then I could have used that here, but it's not that hard to run there. Your place has a gas leak? Are you okay? Anything for Port Knot City? No. Okay. Actually, let me check my grenades and such. Well, I'm glad it got taken care of. Is everything okay now?
Thank you for your continued support.
The Bridget Foundation. Just to be safe, I'm going to give myself one more container repair spray and some hematic grenades. 2 more sets. It's more than I'm going to need for sure, but I'd rather have too much. Oh, you worry that might have been making you sick. Oh, I hadn't even thought about that, but yeah.
Thank you for your contribution.
I'm going to actually use some container repair spray right now. Those are both pretty low. Yep. 1 second, folks. All right, I'm back. Hello. Just, oh, whoops, that was not what I meant to do. Whoops. Everything's okay. I'm just checking something real quick. All right, sorry about that. We are back.
Beginning scan. Have a pleasant journey. Weapons restrictions lifted.
So how's everyone doing? I'm curious. I usually ask that question fairly early, and I just haven't done it tonight. How's everyone doing? And Jude Fleury kind of gave an answer, but everyone else, how you doing? For me, I am so exhausted. Like, I'd mentioned how difficult my shift yesterday was, and I'm going back in tomorrow for another one. And, like, these are supposed to get easier as time goes on, but God, they've been hard so far. I've been so... Like... I'm not mentally tired from the job that much, but I've never been this physically bone tired before. At least purely physically, I mean. Doing well at work. You think I have to do an all-nighter? Oh, that sucks. I'm sorry. Your feet feel like they're going to fall off? Ugh. Well, I've learned this from all the walking I've had to do for my job. As awful as it is, you will get used to it. Ugh.
There we go.
been walking all day. I don't know if you mean Judith or me, but yeah, like, have I mentioned on stream I am a mail carrier now, and just like, yeah, a lot of walking. Like, I had a 10-hour shift yesterday, and not all of it was walking because some of it's what we call dismounts, which is like you drive up to the house and just like walk up and give them their thing rather than having to walk from house to house. But like, even then, that's a lot of walking. Anyway, we're gonna see BTs in a second, and now that I've turned that cutscene off, we're gonna see how much quicker it is. Assuming, like, I actually did clear out all of the ones on the path, and I'm not sure how long that stays the case for. So, oh yeah, see, that's way quicker, and I still had gameplay control while it was happening. So, something I haven't mentioned, by the way, and I'm not going to do it yet, but if you urinate on a BT, like, actually just use this urinate command, it does work. It's, yeah. It makes them upset, and it like, hurts them. I'm not going to do it, because you have to get really close to do that. How dare you say we piss on the dead? Only Tumblr people in chat are going to get that, Judith. The other thing about my job is, like, I have to dress so masculinely for it just because, like, I need to wear, like, you know, sturdy pants and, like, sneakers and all that. And I'd much rather be wearing a skirt like I always am, or a dress. And that's been making me, on days off like this, I just wear a dress all day rather than like, no, like even just when I'm laying around. It's completely changed my relationship to all this. But also, so one of the good things about my job is, this is true of the job itself and also true of the city the job takes place in. I feel like I have never been in a place where I'm gendered correctly more often, and it feels awesome. And it makes the masculine presentation I have feel more like lesbian masculinity rather than being taken like, you know, man masculinity. And that's really nice, actually. So we did the beginning of the stream, or we spent the beginning of the stream making it all the way to Port Knot City, and now here we are just doing it again. We're almost there. It's really not that long of a thing. Like, the first map is not very big. So there's a specific animation I'm trying to get that happens when you drink way too much energy drink. And I'm very curious. Like, I have to pee a lot right now in game. And I am wondering if drinking all those energy drinks while you already have to pee a lot is what makes it happen. So I'm going to try that. Oh, this hill is a little scary. Oh, you bounced off the area in this game first? Or bounced off the game in this area first. That makes sense. When you don't know how to, like, the game's not super clear on how to deal with BTs, and before you know how, any area like this with a bunch of BTs is so scary. Mm-hmm. Oh, we got a response because there's a player near here. The player's right here, actually. BT stands for beach thing. Wait, I don't understand what you're saying. It's so. Oh, it's so. I thought you were saying I'm so dumb. What does BT stand for? Like you forgot, and now you're saying, oh, it is so dumb. What it? I see. I misunderstood. Another player right here. Hello. Let me like the place where you peed. Golden toadstool. The reply is automatic. Pepper. I don't think they hear your calls. Like, you hear that they're close when you call, but they don't hear that you called them. I'm pretty sure. All right, so to start testing my theory, let me drink a bunch of canteen water, which is also an energy drink. So now I'm probably going to have to pee a lot. Or, hang on. Okay, I'm at 575 milliliters. Now, when we get to our private room, we are going to drink every can of Monster and see what happens.
Welcome to Port Knot City. Proceed to distribution center.
That's a good question, Pepper. I don't know what the concurrent online player base of this game looks like, especially now, let alone like what it was when the game first came out. And I wonder if, like, close to the second game's release, if this game's going to get, like, a big jump in players. It probably will. What we're about to do was your composition process for the bodhisattva of posting post. That's funny. Beer also gives a scene, but I think we only get pure beer once we go to the Timefall farm, right?
Well, if it ain't Sam. Damn near spotless. Till I get my hands on it.
Oh, up 2 stars. Ooh. It's always that final star that takes forever to get, though. Like, we'll see this Lost Cargo is probably going to bring it up, like, a barely perceptible amount. I'm talking about the stars in the bottom right, to be clear. That's, like, the approval level for each facility, like what they have with you. Now we're a master handler. All right. I'm pretty sure that was a special delivery, but I don't know, like, what the point of it was. I was going to go to the private room anyway, so I wonder if it's going to come up there. Maybe we'll get a message or something.
Good morning, Sam. Blood collection complete. Thank you for your generosity.
Thank you for your generosity we didn't give you a choice for. Okay, I'm not going to pee. Oh, so we can eat crypto buyouts now. Redeem sip, good idea. I should wait for that redeem to actually play, but thank you. I'm gonna also take a sip, in addition to making Sam hurt. I wonder how badly I need to pee right now. Questions you only ever ask in the Kojima game.
Hey, loser.
Thanks, I'm gonna take another sip. Well, okay, I must experience what he experiences. I'm sorry to tell you, I'm not drinking an entire can each redeem. All right, so far nothing. We're about to jump to another private room. I'm going to drink all the ones there too. We're going to make this happen.
You call?
So I got this candy today that it was labeled as marshmallow candy. And I was like, oh, I like that. It's probably like Peeps or something. It's like circus peanuts. I hate it, but also I can't stop eating it. It's got such a weird texture. It's like marshmallows if they were compressed and made like actually kind of dense. It's very weird. Hey Sam, you know what time it is? These marshmallows smell bad in a way you can only remember from your childhood. Interesting. I don't know what to say about that. His armpit hair looks weird, doesn't it? Like, that's like the one part of his model that looks like that's not what that body part looks like, you know? Like, we'll see again in a second. Like, you see? That's weird. In 12 hours, I'm going to be starting work. Sam got time fall in his armpits, so the follicles are all dried up. He did that on purpose, actually. Like, he just there. I don't know what the point of that special delivery was now. Because that's not in the base game, but it didn't seem to do anything for us. Alright, let's start actual, like, plot, kind of.
Sam, access the Lake Knot City delivery terminal.
In case this is a cutscene, I was giving it, like, I was waiting for a second for the timestamp to be easier.
Your present objective is to extend the chiral network from Lake Knot City to South Knot City. To that end, you'll need to utilize prepper shelters as way stations. Frankly, it won't be easy. Fragile's tried to get some of them on board, but you know how preppers are. More than a few won't want anything to do with the UCA. So we've got to prove to them they're better off with us. Figure out what they need and what we can provide, and then deliver. Do that, and they just might agree to join us. All right, get to it. The list of orders is on the terminal.
Alright, that wasn't like a real cutscene, whatever. I have a memory chip, I might as well share it.
I don't know what I did to deserve such kindness. Thank you for your contribution.
Alright, so we have 3 preppers we have to get to. We're probably going to take all these at once and go to all 3 of them. We'll see where we are. That might be a good stream ending spot once we do that. But I'm going to listen to all 3 briefings.
Your destination is a shelter south of Lake Knot City. The package you're carrying contains a network-ready Evo-Devil unit. A special device that applies the principles of evolutionary biology to practical problems. When used in conjunction with a chiral printer, it can recreate items from incomplete structural data. It's a prototype, but so far our trials have been successful. The client is a civilian. We call him the engineer, who's agreed to put the unit through validation testing for us. Be careful. The EDU is a delicate piece of equipment that must be handled with care. If you don't, it can and will break. Oh, and the engineer is second gen, born in the shelter. Not so good with people, but he's a whiz with machines, or so I hear. The client is a first-gen prepper, old school. Been in and out of shelters since before the death Stranding. Deliveries of his medication have fallen behind, though, and he's about to run out. There's just one case you need to bring, but there are multiple packs inside. Every dose counts, so you'd best handle it with care. While the client's life isn't in immediate danger, he's probably having a
Hi,
rough
Scarlett.
time.
Welcome to the stream.
Don't keep him waiting, huh? You'll be handing this one off to a guy we call the craftsman. Repairs, modifications, you name it, he can do it. Makes weapons, too. Nothing lethal on account of his pacifism. In fact, if you give him something lethal, he'll turn it into something that isn't. A tool designed purely for self-defense. That's what the gun part's
I will defend myself.
Make sure they get to him and no one else. Guns make bodies, and bodies make craters. While you're at it, I'd also like you to transport some blood bags and hematic grenades. You know, the ones you field tested against BTs and delivered to Lake Knot City. You'd like to dole them out to the local porters. We've got no reason to keep them to ourselves, so I figured we may as well oblige him.
Alright, we're going to take all of these. And, like, the game kind of wants us to go the engineer first, and then the elder, and then the craftsman. That's the opposite order I like to do it in. We're going to go to the craftsman first. Because the game doesn't tell us this right now, but between us and the engineer, there's mules, and they're going to be annoying to deal with. So we're going to go around them. Where is Stinky Pepper? Stinky Pepper's in bed. I'm streaming now.
I'm not stinky.
Pepper's stinky.
Oh, I'm not stinky.
Pepper stinky.
I'm spicy.
Pepper stinky.
No.
Order assigned.
Judith says, many perspectives on whether Pepper is stinky. The issue is clearly nuanced. Teach the controversy.
You sent me a message Twitter, Scarlet.
Beginning scan. Have a pleasant journey.
You got that on me?
Scarlet, Pepper wants to know where you sent the message.
You're passing through mule territory. Move fast and quiet. As if they see you. If they catch you. To think that their parents were porters like you who risk life and limb to try and keep our country together. And now their broken children carry on the work without any understanding of what it once meant. It's a ritual to them. The delivery. An insatiable addiction. And they'll be coming for you to get their next fix.
That's so stupid. It's so dumb. Anyway, I'm gonna mark the craftsman. Place marker. There we go. So that means because I marked it, we now have a marker on it in our compass. Which actually we had anyway. Okay, whatever. But now it has an A next to it, so we know that's where we're going for sure. So yeah, the engineer's the closest. They're right there. But we have to go directly through mule territory for that, and I don't want to do that. So let's get some crypto buyouts. Okay, Judith, that sounds more like something that would be in Metal Gear Solid than in Death Stranding, personally. Okay, that is a kilometer away. Let's get to it. What's this rope for? Huh. Oh, did I get too close to the mules? Why am I getting that tutorial? And why did my health bar show up? No, oh. Sam, I stopped walking. I stopped moving. The mouse keeps appearing in the middle of the screen, and it's kind of annoying. Wish it wouldn't do that. Try alt tapping out then in again. Okay, let's give that a try. That might have done it. Because I think I did click into it before. That's probably why it was like that. So yeah, this delivery is not the most entertaining one because we are just running across this terrain. If I went the way the game wanted, it would probably be a lot more entertaining and cinematic, but also a lot more annoying to play. And I don't care about anyone watching this right now. I hate all of you. I'm in this for my own experience. I'm a mule? Oh no. I'm just getting that cargo high. You're right. I'm getting that crypto buyout high. Gimme, 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 gimme. Yeah. How badly do I need to pee? 1,000. That's full. I'm full of urine. Next time we go to the private room, we'll see if anything happens from that. Oh, there's the mouse again. That's so weird. If worms were drugs, would I do them? If worms were drugs? Limited perspectives in this chat. I should have brought more than one ladder. Oh, well, this is like a small river. We're fine. See, we want to avoid the red part. It is wild to me playing this right now and realizing I'm playing the fantasy version of my job in real life. Why would I want to do that? I don't know. Alright, there we go. We can actually see our destination now. It's because I'm a mule. Oh no. Let me tell you though, in real life, significantly less fun. It's satisfying, but no. Also, at the same time, no. Do I get to listen to music on the job? No, I don't. It sucks. So a lot of mail carriers do it, but in my first 90 days, like my probationary period, I've been warned by carriers who've been there for longer, like, don't do it right now. Wait until you're in, like, wait until I'm covered by the union, basically, and then I can do it, is what they say. So for right now, I'm not listening to music on the job, which is kind of okay because, like, I need to focus on what I'm doing because it's all still new to me. Like, I actually feel like I would miss everything I'm listening to if I tried right now. But yeah, once I've been here for 90 days and I'm covered by the union, and the mail carriers union is actually very strong. So that's good. Like, we've been instructed, like, hey, if the boss ever pulls you into their office for any reason, no matter what, tell them that, like, you won't talk to them without a union steward present. It's that kind of union. I actually really appreciate it. I like Sam's little, like, chuckle when he catches himself from almost falling. I'm not sure how clearly it came through on stream.
The skin on my teeth. There we go.
Beginning scan. Scanning Bridges ID. Fragile Express ID verified.
Also, it's funny. Manal was talking about, like, union stuff earlier with, like, oh, this union's been fighting for a contract for 3 years. The postal, like, the mail carriers union, or sorry, letter carriers union, the NALC, the National Association of Letter Carriers, actually has been fighting for a contract for, like, 3 years at this point. The current union president is not good, and he sent like a contract to the membership and told them all to take it, and they were all like, this contract is dog shit. And for the first time in decades, they voted that contract down, and everyone's hoping to get a better contract now, like, to negotiate for, like, a better one. There was, like, a day or like a half a day in training that was just dedicated to, like, here's the union's good, here's why you should join it, here's a video about our, like, big strike in the 70s. It was actually kind of cool.
Delivering cargo.
You're not with Fragile Express, are you? Oh, I get it. Bridget is using their IDs to complete the delivery. Well, good work, son. I'll take that off your hands. Package looks
When's the president of the union up for re-election? I believe soon. I don't know specifically.
brand new. Wow. Been a while since I've seen cargo in such good shape. Thank you kindly. I know it couldn't have been easy.
The one thing I'll say is, like, so I'm what's called a city carrier. There's another kind of carrier called a rural carrier. Those are considered two separate crafts, and so it's two separate unions, and I don't understand why that would be the case. And, like, their union is apparently a lot weaker.
What's your angle anyway? Everyone knows Fragile was behind the attack that wiped out Middlemont City. Only a damn fool trusts that terrorist to deliver shit now. But here you are, filling in. Keeping her business alive for her, am I right? I swear. Can't trust anyone these days. Don't try sweet-talking me onto your little network. You know why there's been so many terrorist attacks recently? Because you all pissed them off with your talk of reuniting the country. Join the UCA. I may as well paint a bullseye on my shelter. Just keep my deliveries coming. We'll get along just fine. I don't need any trouble. Though I will say, I appreciate these hematic grenades of yours. Quality work, gotta admit. Not the sort of equipment the UCA ought to keep to itself. There's a lot of freelance porters operating in these parts, after all. If I could churn these out by the boatload and gear up those folks. Now you're good people. I can see that. And you brought my order like I asked. But it'll take more than that for me to agree to what...
That's a good point, Judith.
Chiral Network is a big step. But if you could prove to me Bridges is an organization I can trust, this. Do another run for me. I'll put the details on the terminal there. Good work.
All right, so in order to finish this one, we are going to have to do a secondary thing. Yeah, they are all the Joker. It sucks. So we have to go into BT territory to get his toolbox. Let's listen to the briefing.
Not far from Middle Knot City, you'll find the ruins of an old shopping mall. They predate the Death Stranding. The craftsmen used to live there, until terrorists organized a void out or two and BTs started showing up. Needless to say, the craftsman had to move house in a hurry. Grabbed what little he could and left most everything else behind. Which is where you come in. He wants you to go and get his old toolkit and bring it back to the shelter. His old home's locked up tight, but he'll open it remotely for you when you set out. Place is crawling with BTs, though. No one in their right mind would even try to pull this off. But if you can, then the old man might finally realize Bridges is only trying to help.
So I'm going to take my other cargo and put it in the private locker before I do this.
Be in my old shelter. It's been tagged, so shouldn't have any trouble finding the place. I'll unlock it remotely once you get there. Oh, and take some of those hematic grenades you brought with you. Nothing you'll want more when those BTs put your back against the wall, right? Here's hoping it won't come to that.
I'm going to put these in the private locker. And we're going to go.
Order assigned.
This is one reason that it would make sense to do this one last, but I just really don't like going through that mule territory. We just got a bunch of messages about porters contributing materials to a road. That's something we're probably going to get into next stream. It's one of the parts of this game I really, really like, actually, even though it's kind of a grind. We'll see it in a second.
There we go.
Might as well pick up this lost cargo for Lake Knot City because we are going back there. And like later on, I might like to have these ceramics that are around here, but it's not worth doing right now. Just gonna be. I can put it in the private locker here, and then I'll have it for later for building roads. And there's a memory stick here. Okay, that's where we're going. All right. We're making good progress. I know from experience that this is, like, the quickest route to get into this shelter where we're going. Good job, Jodi. Good job doing what? I don't think that was that interesting or impressive. But scary? Okay. Fair. Fine. I'll accept the compliment. When you played it, you were scared? That's fair. Like, this is my third playthrough, so BTs don't scare me anymore, but I was definitely scared on my first one. Oh. Okay. Oof. Got scared for a second there. Let me rearrange that. Oh. Okay, that was interesting. It's never told me that before. Whatever, I'm just going to rearrange this because I'm very top-heavy right now. There we go. And like I said, we're going to want that big ceramic container for when we're building roads later, so I'm going out of my way for it now. It sucks that it makes us slower like this, though. I might not need to bother with those BTs, so I'm just gonna leave them. I forget if you can even do anything at this terminal. No, just private locker. All right. Oh, someone just fully built a road for me, which is nice. I guess we might actually see the road later on this stream. It's so interesting that, like, the roads as a mechanic are the way they are, and I'll talk about that more when we get there. But, like, it's totally possible for your first exposure to it to be not you being told to build it or building it, but just other players doing it for you. And that's how it was for me on my first playthrough. Alright, that'll have to be good enough. I think we're probably okay on the BTs right now. This is again a very top-heavy orientation. I should change that. Okay. Actually, you and you can just go on the ground. I don't care. Oh, drinking your canteen doesn't refill your temporary endurance or temporary stamina, which I guess makes sense. Alright, out of the BT area. Judith is right, we do love roads. Welcome back, Slavic Does Gotcha. How you doing today? It's like 3 a.m. where you are? Oh, yeah. Get to sleep if you need to. I love having you here, but, like, I don't want you to be here if it's, like, bad for you. You're good, but you're tired and can't sleep. Oh, well, in that case, I'm happy to keep you company while you're having insomnia. And hopefully I can help lull you to sleep with my calming voice that everyone tells me I have. You know, I don't understand why everyone says I have a calming voice, but at this point I can accept it. And thank you very much. There probably won't be any more combat on this stream, probably. So it's likely that this will be pretty calming for the little bit of stream that's left. We're just doing one little ring of deliveries and then going back, and that's going to be the end of the stream.
Weapons detected. All weapons will be locked until departure. Cargo verified. Thank
you. Oh. Thank you so much, Slavic. That's so lovely. Very appreciated. All right. First off, private locker, ceramics. Place in private locker. And these will go back on my back. And you are going on my back also. And you are going in private locker. All right. We're going to need those later. They're a secret tool that will help us later. Thank you very much. I've been feeling less need to voice train lately, so it's validating to hear that people like my voice as it is. I should do ASMR. That's more Pepper's niche than mine.
you kidding me? You actually went into that hellhole. You don't know what this means to me. Whole lot of memories in these old tools. The kind of stuff you can't replace with a chiral printer. I was giving you an impossible mission. Yes. Now we're talking. Wait till you see the weapons I make with these. Sam Bridges, you are incredible. Thank you.
I should do ASMR if you all say so.
Now, to be fair, Fragile and her crew never did me wrong. Could say I owe them even. If they're running with Higgs now, and that makes them as bad as him, don't it? It's as if all the motherfucking terrorists are coming together like one big happy family. Might be time for us to do the same. Maybe there's hope for us after all. At least if there's more folks like you in the UCA. Safety in numbers, huh? And a new America to boot. Connect me to the chiral network.
I don't know if that would sound very good. Bola gun, finally.
Right. Now that you're looking out for me, it's only fair that I look out for you. So, as long as you keep me connected, I'll keep on supplying you with my best tools. And together we all might live a little longer. Oh, by the way, check out this beauty I made. It's called a Bola gun. Should keep anyone from giving you trouble for a minute. It's non-lethal, of course. I can't promise it won't leave marks, but that's on them. If you think you could use it, take it.
Do I think I could use it?
A bola gun, huh? That could come in handy. As is, you can use it to restrain human targets without killing them. But swap out those wires with strands spun from your blood, and it might even work on BTs. Go ahead. Give it a whirl.
I have never bothered trying it on BTs because the hematic grenades work well enough, but against like human enemies, they're fantastic. You know, you're right, BB does live in the jar.
You've done your bit. Time for me to do mine.
Good work. New order available.
Can I carry 17 kilograms right now? Yes, I can.
Order assigned. All right, that's one prepper way station. 2 to go.
Weapons restrictions lifted.
Yeah.
So you can actually see part of the road over there, the part of the road that's been built already. It's not a terribly useful part for us right now, but the fact that it's already done is going to save us a lot of resources. Maybe I'll have to take up ASMR. I mean, the people have spoken. What's that obnoxious thing Elon Musk says? Vox Populi, Vox Dei. Yeah, that. Judith, you just remind me I have to take my laundry out when I'm done with the stream. Thank you for reminding me of that. Out of the dryer, I mean. Elon Musk is not in this game. Thank God. There are real people in the game, though. I wonder who you're getting them mixed up with. So we have to get up that mountain, and I didn't bring any ladders with me, which was maybe stupid. Wait, is Grimes in this game? Really? I didn't realize that. I can't imagine Kojima is friends with Musk. That can't be true, I hope. Okay, there's a mule that I'm going to be very careful to avoid. Well, that makes sense. Cyberpunk is like the Elon meme game. At Judith saying that Grimes is in Cyberpunk. Like that one does not surprise me. Grimes being in this would be very surprising to me. Especially because this game came out in, what, 2020? Like, everyone knew Elon was like an asshole at that time, albeit not as many people as know now, I guess.
Keep it up. Keep it up.
Don't even get me started on Rick and Morty. Oh, that was what you meant by Rick and North earlier. It must have been autocorrect. I was like, Rick and North, I don't know what that is. A lot of the times, climbing in this game doesn't feel like it should work. But also, it's the only way to do it, so...
2 wheels up.
Uh-oh, my boots are about to reach the halfway point. I think that's when they start to kind of hurt you. But I do have other boots, at least. I might swap out when I have a sec.
Too close.
I've played Journey to the Savage Planet. Not all of the writing hits, but I like the game just in terms of gameplay. Yeah, this game is gorgeous, isn't it? I love the landscapes. There's a sequel coming out? I didn't know that.
Always like the quiet.
This landscape reminds you of Iceland? No, that can't be. This is apparently what the Midwest of the U.S. looks like. You know, that place famous for having mountains. Yeah, absolutely. The Midwest of the U.S. is actually extremely flat. This landscape makes no sense. Oh yeah, Judith, you're right. You did say that last stream. Anyway, here we are at the Elder.
So I decided to start searching up if there were any situations where they have interacted. So the only thing I can find is fake rumors being spread where people were like, "Oh, Elon Musk wants to build a real life Metal Gear."
Like from the famous games, don't build a Metal Gear.
Yeah.
Yeah, God.
Which were not real. And also an interaction where Kojima on Twitter was like, I want to watch a scary movie before I go to bed, but I'm not gonna. Maybe I'll just read a book. And then Musk replied saying, like, horror movies are just stupid. Scary games are where it's at. And
Shut up, Elon.
Kojima just didn't reply.
Yeah, that's the appropriate response. Besides, like, telling him to fuck off.
But also, I found this. I don't know if you heard of this whole thing recently where there was, like... It was earlier this month, where there was a thing announcing, like, Sakurai says that Japanese developers should make more games based on Japanese tastes. Have you heard of that?
No, but that makes sense.
And the quote is, a while ago, there was certainly a culture of making Americanized products because various works were popular in the US. However, I feel that after Japanese game lovers overseas are not looking for such things, but for something unique and interesting from Japan.
Yeah, 100%.
Well, you say 100.
What?
And Elon replied to that with the 100 emoji.
Oh, no.
You are Elon. Oh, my God, Jodi.
No, I agree with Sakurai. That doesn't mean I agree with Elon, okay? But you know what? In the context of the current discourse around the new Assassin's Creed... Also, by the way, if you stand still for long enough, he just sits down. So, he probably meant that in terms of, like, no black people in it. Like people are upset about with the new Assassin's Creed. That's not how I mean it. I mean that you don't need to Americanize products. And that does not... And, like... Racial diversity is not Americanizing a product, which is probably what he means.
Yeah. Well, in any case, someone... Who is this? Someone with 963,000 followers? I feel like I've heard of this person somewhere before. Connor Eats Pants?
I don't know. I don't know.
I have no idea who that is, though, but I feel like I've heard the name before. Replied to Elon saying, Sakurai is friends with known Communist Party associate Hideo Kojima. And then someone else just replied with this image.
It's Kojima wearing a new Shanka. Which, by the way, so when I get to 3 months on the job as a mail carrier, I get like a uniform allowance. Like I can they give me money to oh, I'm sleeping. Yep. I got an achievement for sleeping. I get like they give me money to buy a uniform. One of the officially like USPS licensed articles of clothing I can buy is a USPS Ushanka, and I think that's extremely funny.
Just Connor Eats Pants, the VA who has voiced characters in many things recently. Well, it seems like he has bad takes.
It does seem like he has bad takes.
I mean, I don't, unless he was saying that as a joke or something. I don't know.
I don't think he was.
Probably not. Well, in any case, wait, also, random question. Is there a day-night cycle in this game?
I do not believe so.
Huh. That's weird.
Yeah.
I feel like that would make a lot of sense. What was I going to say?
I should just pause.
Also, I don't think, like, we know Kojima is not really great with women and a lot of stuff like that. And I think Jodi and I, among a lot of other trans women, just have a love-hate relationship with him.
Yeah.
Because he's like...
And it's like, frankly, I put up with way more misogyny from him than I ever would from anyone else.
Yeah, exactly. It's like stuff like that.
Yeah.
And also, like, we know he likes trans women. I don't know if it's really in the right way.
Yeah.
He's a little bit chasery, kind of.
A little bit.
But I feel like for that reason, we know that, like, he's probably not going to get behind with being friends with Elon.
Yeah.
He's like, no, these are my...
Like, for all of Kojima's many faults, I do feel like his politics are broadly left-leaning.
Yeah.
And I do not think he'd want to be friends with Elon. I could see him being someone who would get, like, suckered into it, like, 10 years ago, but not now.
Known communist associate. Hideo Kojima.
Known communist associate. God. At least they're finally, like... At least Chuds are starting to not be like, oh, well, he secretly agrees with us. They're starting to, even they are starting to realize that, like, Metal Gear is not a game that agrees with their takes, you know?
So there's people talking about how they apparently a lot of people when the Cybertruck came out were talking about how they felt like it was a very Death Stranding looking car.
No. Shut the fuck up. No.
I knew that would make you upset.
Like, the visual design in this game is so good. Don't you fucking know? And, like, the visual design in this game isn't just good. It doesn't look like that. It doesn't look like that. I don't know where that comes from.
Bad news.
Yeah.
Elon Musk is a big fan of the game Fear.
Oh, of course he is. Well, I love that game. It's like... it's very easy to be a fash about like, oh, this like they don't make games like this anymore. This was like the last good FPS, you know? And like I'm very fascinated by the fact that it's like a kind of FPS that's not made anymore, but not in that like overly nostalgic, like we must return to old style FPSs kind of way, you know? But I can easily see someone like him being like fash about it.
Okay, I want to just read the thing from earlier, word by word. So Hideo Kojima posted on May 9th, 2022, I was going to watch a scary movie before I sleep tonight, but I better not. I'll stick to reading a book. And Elon replied, video games are scarier than any horror movie by far.
Shut up. 14-year-old takes.
Like,
not the take is 14 years old. He is a 14-year-old. That is the take a 14-year-old has.
I mean, no, here, I will say, like, I've actually made the same take. Like, I don't think games are inherently scarier, but what I say for me is that video games will scare me more than horror movies, but that doesn't. But I'm not gonna say it as in like
that's different from making like a totalizing statement.
Yeah,
about
like
it. Yeah.
I'm not gonna say like, oh, all scary video games are better than any scary movies. It's just like these are what affect me more.
Yeah,
rather than him.
That's a very different statement.
Rather than him going like, oh, Hideo Kojima wants to avoid watching a scary movie. Fucking pussy. Play a scary video game instead. Yeah, like, he's saying to the guy who's gonna make Silent Hills.
Yeah, I know. And like, there are horror elements in MGS5 and in Death Stranding, and they're fucking scary. Yeah. Like, come on. Like, and you're gonna say horror games are scarier to someone who makes horror and horror adjacent games? Like, you know, yeah, okay, whatever.
We like to hate Elon here.
He's so awful.
We also hate to hate Elon here.
I hate to think about him.
Yeah, that's why.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm going back.
Okay.
Delivering cargo.
PT was so influential, you're right.
And he made PT, right?
Yeah. PT was the playable trailer for Silent Hills. Yeah.
And you don't ask for anything in return. You have my gratitude. Let's see how's the package. Wow, this is great. Excellent job. Thank you. So you're here on behalf of Fragile Express. Please tell me you put the terrorists behind you. When Fragile, the daughter of the founder, started associating with other couriers, things started getting scary around here. Rumors say that she caused the explosion at Middle Knot City, and there's a part of me that believes it. Of course, she could be just another one of their victims. Are you connecting the chiral network? I don't mind a contract with Bridges, but I'm not going to join the UCA. Go ahead if you're fine with that.
Maybe you already heard it from Fragile, but preppers who don't want to be a part of the UCA can still sign a contract with Bridges to join the network. They get to use our delivery services and other basic chiral network infrastructure, much like our full members. Similarly, you'll be able to use their chiral printing facilities to replenish your supplies. They are not, however, obligated to exchange data with us. So don't expect them to share intel or help with the development of new tech. In an ideal world, everyone would be a part of the UCA, of course. But failing that, we want everyone to at least be a part of the network. They can always change their minds after the fact. The Cupid will interface differently with the terminal depending on the type of contract. So connect your Cupid to confirm.
I'm actually really upset I never got to play PT. It was removed from the store before I had a PS4.
when it just got too big. Times like these, we should all keep it close and tight. That goes for couriers, too.
Tight.
Otherwise, we'll just make the same mistakes. Republics, federations, coalitions, states, connecting all kinds of people together.
Anarchist grandpa.
Asking for trouble. Sorry. It's been a while since I last talked to anyone. Travel safe. See you around, then.
Good work. New order available. Please access delivery terminal for...
Now, I don't know if I can actually carry 19 more kilograms, but we're going back that direction, so let's give it a try. Thank you again, Slavic. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it every time.
Order assigned.
Why aren't you wearing
Good job,
glasses
Sam.
anymore?
That's 2 prepper way stations integrated into the Cairo network. Just 1 more left.
Yeah!
Weapons restrictions lifted.
I do not know that, Judith, but I'm sure that you know, and you're going to tell me, right? I appreciate that you're a fan, Slavic. We're happy to have you here. You're always a fun presence in the chat. Oh, wait. I'm supposed to go around that way. It's been a little while since I've been here. Oh, you're so welcome. And, like, I know you're giving us money, but I want to make it clear that, like, as much as I appreciate you giving us money, I don't just say that because of that. Like, I would not say that if I didn't mean it. I really appreciate having you here just for your presence. This is not the right way to go. Uh-oh. Oh, that's interesting, Judith. That makes sense. And Libra is also, like, the constellation that's, like, the scale. That makes sense. What happened to Central Knot City? It got blown up. Like, in the intro cutscene, it got blown up by a void out because of BT ate a person.
How you doing, Sam?
You know, like, I can understand how you got confused about that, Slavic, because, like, we drive so far away from the city, and then we have that explosion happen, and the crater is not that big. But no, we're supposed to believe that that crater destroyed the entire city. But also, I guess we have to remember that the entire world map in this game is very condensed. So that crater, even though it's visually not that big, we're meant to understand that it's much bigger than it looks to us, I guess. Can't visit Looney, what do you mean? This game feels like a fever dream? Yeah, it does. It does. It's such a bizarre game. And, like, I think a big part of it is the way Kojima insists. And, like, he does this a little bit in Metal Gear, but this is the first game I've seen where he was, like, this insistent on it. He is so insisted on, like, taking a few specific symbols and just making everything about them. And just making all of the symbols, like, as literal as possible. Like, everything has to be a hand or a knot, you know? I did not know that. Did I know Cairo means hand? You know, I think I did. I think I did know that. So hands as symbols and also chiral symmetry as symbols. Like, even though those are very related symbols. Like, those are like hands, knots, chiral symmetry. Those are like the three big symbols in this game. I didn't know who Looney was. That's interesting. All right, I appreciate that moment of us like tripping and almost falling, and Sam catches himself and goes, "Ha, woo!" and then immediately trips and falls again, or trips and almost falls again. It would suck to topple over here because the one delivery we have left is for the thing that's really fragile. Fragile, excuse me.
Come on.
See, I'm not being that careful with the terrain right now. I probably should be paying a little more attention instead of just constantly looking over at chat. Oh, they built road over the, you can just barely make it out. They built the road over the mule area. Very helpful, other players. Thank you. It looks so flat with the hidden rocks, though, says Slavic. Yeah, it's interesting, because, like, you have to put so much thought into how you walk in this game, even when it seems like just a simple landscape. And granted, it becomes a different sort of thing once you start driving, but, like, even then you have to put a lot more thought into how you're going to drive than you do in a lot of games. Alright, we can make out the tower. Like the little radio tower that's above the engineer. So we're almost there. Let me drink some water. All right, Dogtooth, thanks for being here. Looking forward to seeing you next time. I'm probably going to be finishing streaming very soon, so it's likely I won't be here when you get back. But it was great having you here, and we'll see you next time I stream, which is gonna, I don't know when it is yet. It's going to depend on when my next day off is, and I don't know that yet. So we'll see.
Too close.
You have one scheduled for Sunday.
I have one scheduled for Sunday. I don't think that's going to happen. I know for a fact I'm working on Sunday. We'll have to see.
Beginning scan. Scanning bridges ID. Fragile Express ID verified. Weapons detected. All weapons will be locked until departure. Cargo verified.
The roads in this game look weird, don't they? Like, whenever they're up in the air like that, they always have those tendrils hanging down. And they also have a bunch of rocks floating near them.
Thanks. Sam Bridges, I presume? I've heard of you. The man trekking across the country trying to reconnect folks. I appreciate you bringing me this. I do. Times have been tough without Fragile Express to handle deliveries. Let me just check the cargo. Huh. Wow. You took really good care of this. I'll let Bridges know how the V&V testing goes. Thanks again. I need you to understand something. It's about Fragile. You might have heard she helped terrorists, that she didn't care who got hurt. But I'm telling you, that's gotta be bullshit. Her and her people put their lives on the line to get us what we needed. She's a hero through and through. Look, I was born in a shelter. The only world I've ever known is within these walls. So when people talk about America, I can't even begin to imagine it. But if that Cupid connects me to everyone else, I won't have to. So yeah, I want to join the UCA. I want to see what I've been missing. With that, my standalone 3D printer is capable of chiral printing. Assuming it works, the Evo Devo unit should enable me to replicate all kinds of archived objects. We can rebuild America one piece at a time. In the meantime, I can use the network to see what's going on in the cities, track mule and terrorist activity. It's like you brought me the whole wide world in that package. Thank you, Sam. Let's do business again. Oh yeah. I've got a little something I'd like you to put through its paces. An assist unit I developed myself. Works perfectly in sim trials, but I need someone to test it out on solid ground. And if it makes your job a little easier, all the better.
Sam, active skeletons attach to your legs and augment your physical capabilities. The one you've got there is a load-bearing AS, designed to reinforce your joints. Just wearing an AS will provide additional support, but you can also boost it to maximize its potential. Go ahead and take it for a spin. You won't be disappointed.
Excellent work, Sam. You've brought 3 way stations into the fold. The preppers are on the grid and the Cairo network is looking better than ever. We're planning to use a regional distro center as our next way station. But that'll have to wait. Got a priority task here. A mess in need of cleaning up. We need you to recover one of Lake Knot City's system servers. They sent it out for repairs and mules hit the transport on the way back. The server contains validation data for a new delivery system we're deploying. Once in place, it will use the Cairo network to automate deliveries. To us, it's invaluable. To the mules, it may as well be a toaster. A toaster they'll happily tear apart for the Cairo crystals and rare earth metals inside. If we don't act quickly, we could lose that data. So get your ass to the mule's drop site, snatch the server, and bring it back to Lake Knot City. I'm putting the order in myself. Check your cufflinks for details.
Thanks again for everything.
Weapons restrictions lifted.
used to run through there back in the day. The first expedition team left behind a paver, but to finish the job, you'll need more than that.
Just so you know, Sam, distro centers and the like are stocked with materials you can use to fabricate equipment. You can also take what you need to build structures. That said, there are limits to what each facility can spare. Check their terminals to see what they are.
Beginning scan. Scanning bridges ID. Verifying ID. Clear. Weapons detected. All weapons will be locked until departure. Cargo verified. Thank you. Welcome to Lake Knot City. Proceed to distribution center.
Gotcha.
Hey, good to see you. Safe travels. Have a pleasant day. Decontaminating suit. All clear. Welcome, Sam Porter Bridges.
Hey, how's it going? The legend does it again. Everything looks to be in perfect condition. Thank you, Sam. Until the next delivery, then. Stay safe.
Good work. New order available. Please act.
blood collection complete. Thank you for your generosity.
Nice.
EX grenade number 1.
Thanks, Pepper Paysan.
Just like we used to. Come on, keep up. Sorry. Did I wake you up? Today's Mommy's birthday. for the anniversary of when we first met.
Hey everybody, how long was I muted for? My mic was muted. How long was that? Anyway, I did the whole spiel, the whole ending stream spiel. You've all heard it before. I am so curious how long that was out for. Hey Pepper, did you know this? Oh no. Oh, that could have been for a while. I was talking a lot. Uh-oh. Oh, it was probably when you got up to talk to me. That was, oh no. Maybe 20 minutes? Oh no. Oh no. Okay. Uh-oh. Thank you. Yes, please. Thank you. Oh no. Uh-oh. Oh dear. Yeah, I'm not sure if you guys could hear Pepper, but she said if we ever go quiet for more than like 2 minutes at a time, please like let us know. I say that, but to be clear, it's not your fault. That was my fault, but it would help in the future. Last I heard from you was I think when you were saying goodnight to Dogtooth. Oh no. Oh no. That was so long ago. To sum up everything, the bola gun is really good, and like it kind of trivializes combat, honestly. And the roads are really good, and power grids like prevent you from using power on your vehicles and power skeletons, and it's very helpful. And we didn't get the special cutscene. Oh well. That sucks. That really sucks. Anyway, good night, everybody. I'm not actually ending the stream. I'm gonna leave it on the end screen for a bit. But anyway, thank you all. That sucks. See you next stream. Okay. Pepper's we're gonna do this. Well, let me actually go back into the gaming screen. Hang on. Pepper's checking the footage right now. Oh, not gaming. Whoops. In the Jodi Jar screen. I cannot talk. God. It was probably back when I was by the engineer, because that was when Dogtooth left.
What's the engineer?
Before all the combat.
Here?
Yeah. Maybe even before that. Yeah, you can see people in the chat saying, "See you, Dogtooth." Oh no. I'm looking over the footage with Pepper, but I can't hear it. Only she can.
It looks like it was about half an hour.
Half an hour, God. Oh.
Like you were talking right before this guy.
Yeah, like that's the engineer. Yeah. All right. That sucks.
30 minutes.
30 minutes is.
Yes, please, I beg of you, let us know.
Yeah, please.
Repeat what I said in case they couldn't hear it.
Yeah. In case you couldn't hear Pepper, she said, "Please, please, please, let us know." And again, like, it's not your fault. No, J Hill, it is not your fault. Shut up. It's not your fault. It is my fault because I left the mic muted, and that's something I should have checked. However, it would help. Oh, that was like a wonky ending to a stream I felt was overall pretty good. And hey, you know what, Pepper? Bright side here, that might make it really easy to get a clean keep on keeping on audio.
Yeah, maybe. Yeah, it was like 34-ish minutes.
34-ish minutes. Oh, probably less than that, given that, like, we have been talking for the last few minutes, so...
Yeah, so like 30 minutes.
Yeah, 30 minutes.
I've had that happen to me before. I've had it happen to me several times, but the time I've had it the worst was around that same amount of time, so it happens to each of us once, Jody.
Okay, it's never gonna happen to me again.
Yeah.
Never gonna happen to me again. I'm not gonna make that mistake. Just like how tomorrow I'm gonna bring water with me.
Please do.
I'm gonna. Oh man, that sucks. Anyway, goodbye, bye-bye. Oh, should I go through the ending spiel again so people can hear it? You know, you've all heard the ending spiel. I'm not gonna go through all of it again. What I am gonna say, because you know it's part of the membership thing, I am gonna shout out our members. Our current tier 3 treats are, tier 3 grubs are Shiny Warrior Wolf and Nonex. Our current tier 2 treat is Pie Queen of Orange, and our current tier 3 full tummy is Moopy Star. Your support means the world to us. I am not gonna go through the rest of the spiel. You've all heard it to death. You can probably recite it as well as I can. But thank you all for being here. Even with that last half hour, I think this was a really good stream. Looking forward to doing more. Pepper's probably doing Minecraft tomorrow. I'm going to stream again, God knows whenever I have a day off, most likely. Maybe after a day where I work, if I'm feeling up to it. That's probably not going to be for a bit because I'm looking at 10-hour days for the next foreseeable future. We'll see. Whatever. Anyway, goodbye, bye-bye. Goodbye, bye-bye. I love you all. Goodbye, bye-bye.